and I was wishing to grow up and get in the driver's seat. It's kind of in our blood now, and that's why we're not going anywhere.
Porsche racing is addictive.
The atmosphere has always been great here. People run the track very well. It was a very safe group to drive with.
The energy is high, and everybody's out there to really rock and roll.
We're having a lot of fun this weekend. You know, we've got something like 130 people out, bouncing between the classroom, down into, you jump right in your car and you're on track and you're doing all these exercises and passing. Buttonwillow is one of my favorite tracks. It's very technical, it's challenging, and yet it's got a little bit of everything.
I just think it offers so much. In fact, the entire facility offers so much. I love this track.
I don't think I can describe it, but it's amazing.
The racing clinics here that we put on are top notch. They put so much into the program. It's a very natural progression, very linear, and gives you the confidence and helps build the skills as you're kind of climbing the ladder into cup racing.
We are well known in this country, and people respect the way that we do things out here. It's one of the like clubs where anybody, you don't have to drive a Porsche. You come out here and get started and have amazing instructors teach you the ins and outs, and within a matter of time, next thing you know, you're in the racers clinic and you're racing out there wheel to wheel.
I love POC events. I'm a big POC fan. People are so friendly.
It's a good energy here in the club, and that's what I like the most.
More than half of the fun is not even on the track, it's off the track. It's when the track gets cold and you crack open a cold beer and fire up the barbecue, hanging out with the buddies that you see every weekend. POC is a family. When everybody takes their helmet off at the Impound, you know, everybody has a smile on their face and everybody's having a good time.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you're watching. Porsche Owners Club live from the Buttonwillow Counterclockwise Classic Circuit. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeremy Scott. Great to be with you. Joe Wiederholt will be alongside me here shortly, but we are at what I consider one of the racetracks in California that you don't normally get a chance to see. You know, a couple of weeks ago, SCCA Super Tour was here, so you got to see that here on DriversEye Live, and now you're going to see it this weekend with Porsche Owners Club. It's a second round of racing for both the red and the red and the orange cups, and we'll have qualifying for the orange cup here in just a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about this 3-mile counterclockwise course. And of course, this track can be run in any direction either way. Last week you saw it, a couple weeks ago I should say, if you watch on DriversEye Live, you saw it in the clockwise direction. So turn 1 is going to be the final turn here. As you see, checker flag is out on this session, so we'll get set for our qualifying. And we'll also have a grid walk just beforehand, so you can kind of see the cars that will be going out for this Orange Cup class. Now, some of the classes that you will be seeing will be the GT5, GT6, GT7, Spec Boxster, SCR, and the new Spec 2.7. If you remember last season here, 2.7 was the new class on the block, and it's still growing to say the least. But either way, we've got plenty of different classes if you are interested in racing in POC or really anywhere up and down the club system. So it's not just limited to one class of car like you normally see on your normal race broadcasts. There are plenty of classes for any type of car, and we'll go through that all throughout the weekend as well. There are 9 rounds of races that make up the Porsche Owners Club, and they're all in California. So there are a lot of racetracks I'm looking forward to. Of course, they also have a summer break, and we will see these cars race. If you were used to if you saw last year, I should say, and even our first round back last month, you got to see some of the great racing that happened here. Of course, got to thank Greg Creamer for hopping in for me as had some prior commitments to take place, but either way, a little bit of elevation changes. This is going to be a fantastic circuit. And of course, also you've got plenty of Porsche driving experiences, time trials. So there's something for everybody here at the Porsche Owners Club. So definitely log on to PorscheClub.com to find out more about how you could take part in this fantastic series. Of course, founded in 1955. Lots of great drivers have actually come through the Porsche Owners Club as well, who raced in the West Coast. So you'll see some names that you may recognize, other names you may not recognize, but either way, it's going to be a lot of action-packed week, fun. We've got 5 races actually on tap. Orange Cup races twice today. One race will be at 5:15 p.m. Pacific time. It'll be an 11-lap or 30-minute race. Their second race will be around actually, it's 1:15, I should say, Pacific, and 3:50 Pacific will be their second race to end our day here on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel. Red Cup races once. It'll be a 13-lap race at 3 o'clock Pacific. And we'll have our racing later on tomorrow as well, 11:20 a.m. Pacific and 1 o'clock Pacific. So we've got actually going to change the schedule for today. It's an 11:35 a.m. Race on in Pacific time, 11 laps as well for Orange, 11 laps for later today at 2:45 as well. So I have a little bit of a quick time change, but either way, we're just about set to release cars for the Orange Cup qualifying win. Here's how qualifying works out in Porsche Owners Club. It'll be a split qualifying, so you'll have some classes go out in the first part, and then the second part will be the second half of the classes. So it'll be 15 minutes apiece. As we are awaiting for our grid camera to show up. Right now, you're taking a look at the bus stop entry. That's that you kind of see that from the start-finish line, and that's the 567 complex if you were going in the clockwise direction. And of course, we also want to thank our wonderful sponsors at the top of the screen. You'll see those cycle throughout the weekend and throughout the coverage. So there we go. We start to see some of these cars grid up for the qualifying session. Actually, it's HPDE coming off the course. Got to thank Dustin and Ryan for being in my ear and let me know what exactly is going on. And that's what's neat about Buttonwillow. You can see almost anything from everywhere. You see some gridding going on there in the back right by pit road. So this is how a lot of these drivers, they learn how to race on track by doing the HPDE. And they may be using cars, they'll be using their street cars and turning them into race cars eventually at some point. But you see them getting out, they'll get out, download, and get ready for their next HPDE session. As you see off in the background, there is a 718 Cayman that quickly turning into a race car. So that's good to see. You'll see everybody go up and down through the grid.
Time trial and PBS group Impound. So we're going to talk about how did the session go. It's the first session. People are getting to know each other, and it's going to be a great day.
Nice, thank you. How was that?
And of course, she's kind of mentioning what the process is going through. So everybody's going to get together. They'll talk about the session, and it's like that almost in any class, but really here in Porsche, it helps you out in the the Porsche Owners Club. That way you know how to race, how the club races. And you see it from two different points of view as well, as we're just going around and getting ready for this qualifying session. It gives you a lot of learning, a lot of experience. So by the time you get ready to do time trials or even go into wheel-to-wheel action, you are fully set in learning how to race a car, and it'll prepare you to possibly go up and race with other clubs, or even make that next step into professional auto racing as well.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, again, pleasure. I'm gonna go catch them on camera. Yeah, Sure.
So we're going to head over to the false grid and get ready for this qualifying session. Actually, qualifying is out. It is underway. And we'll get cars on course on video here shortly. There we go. Now we've got cars on course. So getting ready for the start of the racing action day as Orange Cup gets out for their first half of qualifying. And we will get that going here shortly as the cars working their way around Star Mazda, an athlete name corner. This is the area where the original Star Mazdas, which is now known as USF Pro 2000, were made. Of course, if you remember, that was the development series into either Champ Car or Indy Car, depending on which way you wanted to go, or even sports cars. And the two rotary engines, absolutely fantastic to run. Now working their way through Phil Hill. You see the first lap is under the solid yellow flag. So drivers could see the corner marshals coming out of Phil Hill. Now around Riverside, and they'll set you up for the bus stop. Very fast left, right, right, left on the back side of the circuit. And of course, we'll wait to see who's out there once the cars come across the timing screen. As you see, the cars will make their way through Grapevine here shortly. They'll come in from our right and head over to the left around Grapevine through Cotton Corner. And that will set them up towards the off-ramp. You see that straightaway down there, and that nice little run into the off-ramp, which also sets you up for Sunrise, which you'll see here shortly. But it's going to be an interesting corner around off-ramp, and there's the leaders working their way through there. As you see, it's kind of a short right and then a hard left all the way around what is known as corner 2 on the clockwise. So we'll call that corner 11. And then you go through the right-handed sweeper of Sunrise and down the straightaway for the first time. And now cars are on their flying lap as the green flag is underway. And you hear the low dim of the orange group. Timing here up shortly. As qualifying will be is underway again. You got 15 minutes to get around here, and there are some track records that were set earlier, within the past 6 years. Jerry Hoffman in GT5 back in 2015 set a 2:03.416. So we're looking at around 5 or 6 hot laps if you stay out the whole time. Of course, GT5. It's roughly a 230, 250 horsepower dyno, depending on car weight. GT6, Marty Metterin was your track record holder from 2015 as well, 212.385. GT6, just basically your GT1 through 7. It's basically a power to weight ratio, so that really, depends on where you want to be. If you're a heavier car, you got lighter horsepower, obviously that has a lot to play in it. There's also a GT performance sheet that you take and get dynoed and everything, and there's certain points that you go in and it sets you up depending on what class you're going to. Charles Bizzetti in GT7 was your track record holder, still is, with a 210.165 back in 2020. Those are mostly older 944 spec cars. If you've been to any POC, PCA, NASA race, you see there's a whole bunch of them. They're only second to Spec Miata these days. And that it just goes in to show the popularity of a lot of these momentum race cars. Nigel Maidment, your track record holder from 2020 with a 206.561 in Spec Boxster. This is the big class. It is 97 to 99 Boxsters, minimum weight 2650, 2.5 liter motors, 190 to 200 horsepower. Spec series modifications, they're absolutely numerous, as we are still waiting times to come across as cars are finally getting their hot laps underway. SCR class, Drew Waterhouse back in 2015, set a 2:01.613. And the newer classes we mentioned, Spec 2.7, John Momeyer, your quickest there last year, actually, with a 2:14.052. Now, Spec 2.7 is full of 2000 or to 2008 Boxsters and Caymans with 2.7 liter motors. Minimum weight here is between 2750 and 2850. All engines are around 215 to 230 horsepower. We got a local yellow around Star Mazda. Let's see what's going on here. So we thank our wonderful corner marshals for being out here and really what is a beautiful day in the high 50s. It's a slow car off driver's left, headed down turn 5. So we'll see, it is one of the, it's a Boxster for sure, but able to get that back underway. Back to what we were saying, same modifications, Boxster spec. Diff is 2.7 liter, limited slip, and more adjustable suspension. And I know I was talking with John Momeyer last year when this class first came out, and he was hoping to get more and more participation. So as time goes on, we see less and less spec Boxsters. I think that is, that's going to be a real possibility, is to see more and more of the spec 2.7s, because you're going to start to see more Caymans come through the field, and that's going to make things a little bit easier for drivers to make the switch from spec Boxster to spec 2.7. So through Grapevine, the field works their way again. Again, we are still waiting for timing to come up. I know I've been refreshing my timing, and we've been having problems with timing here, but we will get you these times as soon as they become available, and we'll let you know what classes are out there for the first half of qualifying, and we'll get the second half of qualifying out here shortly. Now, if we get 11:05 a.m. Pacific time, we'll have Cup qualifying, and that will be immediately followed by the first Orange Cup race at 11:35. So plenty of racing action to keep you entertained throughout this wonderful Saturday, wherever you are watching us. Whether you're trackside catching us in your paddock or at home somewhere, we hope that you are, either way, enjoying an absolutely fantastic day of racing as we start our season really across all of North America. I love the commitment through turn 3 here. It's absolutely awesome work as you see these cars working their way through the S's and then around into the hairpin around Star Mazda turn. Then you set yourself up for turn number 5. A little kink there, and go through Lost Hill, which will be here in just a little bit. There it is, up and around. Almost reminds me of that bend that goes through Thunder Hill. And when you're coming off the first couple corners, you go up and down through the hill. That's what the Phil Hill kind of reminds me of as the cars work their way around through Riverside. And up and around the bus stop. And last race out at Spring Mountain. Had a handful of drivers start their season. A couple drivers we're going to keep a close eye on. One of them is going to be Murray Wonderly in the Spec Boxer class. He's had 2 years of racing in POC under his belt, and of course he also races across the board. And we see that with a lot of these drivers, where they'll take their same car, and sometimes they'll have a different car to run with, and they'll go to different series, like your NASAs, your PCAs, Lucky Dog, Lemons, WRL. So that's you'll see them up and down the system. Also, Ryan Moore with just a hair under the top 5 in Spec Boxster, but the field is so competitive up and down the grid. No surprise that we're seeing some of these faster guys struggle to get up to the front. Vivek Hazari took the weekend sweep in Spec 2.7. So we'll watch him in his number 152 Vision Motorsports Porsche Boxster. Of course, Hazari, the racer who came from motorcycle racing. There's a handful of them who do that. Checker flag is out on this session. So the first half of this qualifying session, that is over. We'll wait for the second half to get through. Also, John Momeyer ran GT5 last weekend, down to second, third in that class, and he will be racing in Spec 2.7. So, plenty of great storylines to watch out for up and down the field. We also have, as you see, the second half of the grid showing up right now. As they are getting back into their grid spots. And we will get set for the second half of qualifying. Of course, Rob Walker also entered into the field. Somebody who has extensive experience up and down the motorsport program, especially up and down the Porsche ladder. You know, I met him back when he was running Porsche Sprint Challenge, and now he's in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America Masters with JTR Motorsports Engineering. There he is right there. You can always note when Rob's racing because almost all of his Porsches have the Herbie the Love Bug paint scheme on them. So good to see that Rob is back out there. We're just about set for second half qualifying in the orange class in just moments. Well, right there is the 705 of Nigel Maidment, second in Spec Boxer points last season. And he's one of those drivers who found racing behind the wheel at an older age. He started back in 2013 at the age of 54, racing Spec MX-5s in the Skippy series. So that's fun. I mean, you know, you got to learn at some point, and doing a school like a Skip Barber or really any of the racing schools up and around the country is an absolute fantastic way for you to learn. Of course, Maidment, he's been quick since he found racing, so great to see that the 705 is looking pretty good, and we're just about set for the Spec Boxsters to hop out on course. Well, we have timing up. We can say that the 123 is Stephen Peterson, fastest so far with a 2:15.513 in Spec Boxer. Bahir Sali, your fastest in GT5 with a 15.744. We go down to GT7. Matthew Walsh with a 23.289, fastest of 3 GT3 competitors. And the cars are on course for the second half of qualifying. There we go. There's our timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. course, with it being the early part of the weekend, we'll get this figured out. Not a big deal. We will. It's live TV, ladies and gentlemen. You see that there's one driver that has not been picked up by the transponders. The transponder numbers there. We just don't have the exact information. So we will see when that happens here in just a little bit. Takes a little bit for some of these timing. You know, I'm sure the timing's talking to race control. I know I've been in the race control room when that's happened. So, you know, it does take a little bit of time to get in there, get into the program, and then type in, hit refresh. And eventually, once they go through again, we will have that name. But still, you see the drivers up there at the top of the sheets. And of course, right now it's not showing where they're qualified right now. It's showing exactly how they're running, almost like in a race format. So we'll give you the times as they come across the line. We will have, of course, timing will start the second we get going. There's Rob Walker coming around the corner. As the green flag is out, the hot laps have begun for these drivers for their qualifying session, which will be for later on today. And Spec Boxer's trying to beat a 15.543 out of the 123 of Steven Peterson. Look at the commitment that Rob Walker has going through the S's. You saw that he was using 2 of the 4 tires as he's working through that left-hand side of the section, and he's really getting that car around. And it just goes to show you that, you know, these lower horsepower cars, that's why you see drivers talk a lot about it, is it makes them better drivers. I've seen, and of course, Rob Walker also running now GT4 in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. So he's got, you know, a lot of great practice going through this as he works his way through Phil Hill. Now sets himself up, leans across the exit there, and heads toward Riverside. And there he goes. He's looking to see if he can top that 15.543, warmed up at a 28.090. So he's there. Let's see if he can get up to the top and get that first lap underway. Looks like we got 4 laps of qualifying in for the split qualifying session. So a good enough time to get those tires up to temperature and get set up for the qualifying session. Looking at the last first half of the session, Karen Robinson, quick time there too with a 15.692. Second fastest. Bob Chang, your third fastest provisionally in Spec Boxster, but now as they work their way around the off-ramp and head towards Sunrise, we'll get our first look at times. Of course, it'll be Walker, Maidment, Chang, and Ong, your first 4 drivers to come across the line and clock the time. And look at that, Rob Walker already to the top, 209.139. Nick Kilani with a 9.707. As more and more times are coming in, Jerry Chang 210.802, Maidment 12.808, about 6 seconds off of his track record time. Kilnani about half second off of Rob Walker's fast time of a 9.139. Branimir Kovac with a 13.497. As Alex Maslov with a 2:12.459. Murray Wonderly fourth quick with an 11.010. And what's scary is that is 1.8 seconds off of Rob Walker's best time. It's just Walker and Kilnani who are both under the 10-second range here at qualifying. We'll see how many more laps these two have. They'll have 2 more to them before we go into the checker flag here at Buttonwillow. Got a grapevine around Cotton Corner. will set themselves up once again for the off-ramp. There's Maidment. Maidment, of course, as we said, 8th fastest overall, 8th fastest in class. As you have Vivek Hazari, your quickest right now in Spec 2.7, 15.091. 15.298 out of John Momeyer. Those are your two Spec 2.7 class cars. They kind of go around Vinna Nguyen with a 15.222, 208.622 out of Rob Walker. So his second hot lap is the fastest. Kilnani with a 9.009. Jerry Chang improves as well as he goes to a 2:10.802. So he's ever so closer to getting into that 9-second range. But still, right now, it's Walker and Kilnani who are the class of the field, 0.3 of a second apart. Matt runs his fastest lap with a 10.831. Let's see what Wonderly can do. 11.010 is the quickest he's done so far in his number 614 Tiger colored Porsche Boxster. He's about 1/10 of a second off of Maidment's fastest time. Dominic Long up to 6th with an 11.266, and Wonderly does not improve upon his time. Momeyer jumps to the top of the 2.7 class with a 14.894. He's only 0.8 of a second off of his track record time. Vivek Hazari does not, runs about the same lap time actually, as John Krylo comes up to 14th overall in Spec Boxster, 14.983. Take a look at some other class cars. Kieran Robinson, down to 19th fastest. There's James Carcello in the 866, 15.858. But the last of the field so far is Rob Walker with an 8.622. Can he lower that bar even more? As you see Maidment coming out once again over Cotton Corner. Maidment again, a 10.831. We'll see if Walker and Kilnani decide that that's the best lap for them. And Kilnani comes across the line again. Does Rob Walker has not completed a 4th lap, so I think he's going to set that 8.622 as his fastest lap. And no reason on why there's Maidment fastest lap for him, 10.831. So close from dipping into that 9-second range. But right now, I think it's just Kilnani and Walker, your provisional front row. They will be the only two drivers under that 10-second mark. More and more coming across the line for their qualifying session. Radomir Kovac with no time last time by, so not sure what's going on there. But right now, your provisional front row, provisional field looks like this with just a handful of minutes left in the session. Walker and Kilnani on the front row for Spec Boxster with Chang and Maidment in row 2. Then you'll have Moore and Wonderly provisionally in row 3. Of course, anything can change here within the next lap or so, as drivers making their way around Star Mazda once again. Up and around Phil Hill, your fastest so far in Spec 2.7 is John Momeyer, 14.894. And Win with a 15.222 in GT6. Bear Salai with a 15.744. And in GT7, that's Matthew Walsh with a 23.285. Of course, as we have had the past couple of races, we'll have in-car cameras all throughout the race. So we'll give you some interesting views. You'll get to see what the drivers see around Buttonwillow. Somewhat flat, but mostly challenging course. This is the classic course that we're running in the counterclockwise configuration. Of course, we'll be back here for round 7, October 10th and 11th. So definitely check your calendars. Come join us if you are interested. PorscheClub.com, the website, to do so. Someone kicking off a little bit at us, and the checkered flag is out on this session. Unless anybody can top the 53 and the 227, Rob Walker and Nick Kilnani are going to be your fastest qualifiers. We'll wait to see everybody come across the line, see if anybody else can get a fast lap here in lap 5. Looks like that the drop-off is right around lap 3, lap 4. That's when the tires are at their peaks, so not much. We're going to see Nima Edelman in the 236 up there with a 14.309. That's good enough for 12th overall. And in Spec Boxster, Kovac still with 11.627. Let's see what Ryan Moore can do as well. He's in the Golf livery number 917, aptly numbered, I should say. No real change there, but that should be all cars. So your fastest qualifier in the orange group, I should say, is a 208.622 in with Rob Walker in the number 53 for Spec Boxster. We have just a little bit of break time. Just a little bit of break time before the next on-track session, which is at 11:05 Pacific. It'll be the split qualifying for the Red Cup. So until then, enjoy the sights and the sounds of Buttonwillow as we watch HPDE and time trial. Until then.
traffic or should I go around?
You are clear against traffic. You are clear against traffic.
It is time for Red Cup qualifying here from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the classic counterclockwise direction. Hi, everybody. My name is Jeremy Scott. Joe Wiederholt will be joining us at some point today. I know that, when you get to a racetrack, everything is just so busy. So it'll be interesting to see when he does decide to join us. Of course, Dustin Hollis making us sound so good. Always great to work with Dustin in some sort of capacity. We are about set to go with the red split, and of course you see the 991 spec 991.2s are lining up for this session, and we'll have them come out, and then we'll have the second half of the grid come out as well. So keep in mind also, if you are looking for timing and scoring to kind of complement what we're having here on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel, you'll definitely want to check out Race Monitor, where you can choose any race you want, but you will see the Porsche Owners Club logo. That is actually right here. I'm still learning this telestrator, ladies and gentlemen. This is actually the logo you're going to want to look for down there at the bottom on the right-hand side of your screen. Yes, I get a telestrator to play with. I have power. We're in trouble now. Anyway, so we saw qualifying how the orange group, which, by the way, we'll have the orange race here in just a little bit. It'll be 11:35 a.m. Pacific time. It'll be an 11-lap or 30-minute race, depending on which comes first. But we saw qualifying and how that the drivers had about 4 minutes, 4 laps, I should say, of qualifying to get in. So I would expect maybe one more for the faster Red Cup cars. Keep in mind, you've got 3 different classes here: GT2, GT3, and Spec 991.2, which is definitely a 991.2 that is there. It is a 991.2 Spec Cup car. It's the previous generation of what is known as the Porsche GT3. So you're seeing a factory spec for the model run of the 991.2. Of course, you see the Yokohama tires on those cars. Your GT2s, a good fit is a 991.1. So previous generation to the 991.2 or a 997.2 Cup car. 2,900 pounds, including driver and dry, with about a dyno about 400 horsepower. These things haul the mail. A little bit slower than that will be your GT3 class, similar to a WRL GTO. Roughly 340 to 360 horsepower dyno at the wheels, about 2,900 to 3,100 pounds, depending on horsepower. So a couple of track records here that were set fairly recently, 2 by the same driver. One, and that is Mike Monsalve, who set the track record for GT2 back in 2020 with a 51.878 at the 51 with a 1. Of course, he's also set it in 991.2 with a 51.545. Kevin Roush set his fast track record back in 2018 with a 55.217. By the way, Monsalve set his track record last year at this race. So a lot to play for as we're just about ready to get set to release cars on the course. We are at 1 minute before the first half of the Red Cup gets out there. Wayne Selby will be the first car out there on the circuit. When we get fired up, Selby was out there. We had some practice earlier on today, so drivers already seen what this course is like. Selby, the second place driver in 991.2 points last season. Of course, last time out at Spring Mountain, finished 4th and 2nd. So 2 top 5s to already start the season thus far. Already a good start to the season for him. Of course, Greg Gorski out there will be out there here shortly as he swept the weekend. We'll talk more about him throughout the running of this qualifying. And cars have been released to the course. So all cars on course for the first half of this qualifying session. Of course, we'll see these cars back out here at about 1:50 p.m. Pacific time for the 13-lap race 1 of the day. There's a handful of cars getting out there. We're seeing Mike Monsalve's car reaching through. It'll take drivers about a lap to get out there and qualify. Of course, once we get the first full lap, that's when we'll really see. So it's Droster Salzer is out there as well. Just a handful of drivers coming across the line and getting their times through. We're going to have a couple of a GT2, a GT3 out there as you're seeing the cars work their way around turn 3 and much faster than we saw in the Orange Cup class. Their way around Star Mazda once again. Just listen to those flat sixes at speed, man. They sound oh so angry, especially these 991.2s. Of course, phased out not long ago from professional racing competition, making their way through the club circuit. A lot of capable 991.2s out there still for the taking. So if you're interested in getting them, really, I know that I think that a bunch of 992s are also being sold. I know Kelly Moss is offered a bunch of them. So there's a lot of Porsche Carrera Cup North America teams, Porsche Sprint Challenge teams who have them. But the Porsche Carrera Cup North America with the new 992s coming out onto the racing world, you're going to see a lot of previous generation GT3s coming out and basically up for sale. So I see a lot of those come through up and down the pipeline. You heard the blips out of Selby. That sounded oh so good as these drivers work their way around the off-ramp, now through Sunrise. Not full throttle, but still, green flag is out for their session as the hot laps have begun for the drivers. Now 9 cars coming across the timing stripe and starting the clock. I think that 10, a lot of them 991.2s, a GT3, a GT2. So we've yet to see the rest of the GT3s come out with, whoa, that's a big off right there from Selby. So Selby straight off in Star Mazda as he gets back on the course. That was something. So he's going to bring a little bit of dust out there. That's going to hamper some qualifying times for this lap. So a lot of these times might be just throw it away, get out there and get ready. Look at all that dust. The drivers, of course, there's no worse place to have the dust than right there at that entry. And of course, now you see Greg Gorski coming around. He's coming around quite slow, which you really kind of have to do with these dusty conditions. All right, warm-up times are coming through the system. John Heldman fastest with a 2:48.988. Let's see what he can do at speed in his number 697. He says in his racing dreams, he's an F1 superstar. No autographs, please. John, a little bit of advice from one voice. Charge. You start charging, people won't be asking for your autographs because word travels fast. Just a little bit of advice for there. So Bill Selby's lap's going to get thrown away because of that off there through Star Mazda. And now we start see the times up and down the order come through as drivers making their way through the 16 of Eben Benade with a 54.645, Westling with a 56.755, Berdescu with a 57.353. It's going to be interesting to see what Gorski's time is because he had to take it slow through Star Mazda with that waving yellow and all that dust picked up through there. Couldn't see too much. You see Selby kind of in a little bit of a gaggle through there, going out. Star Mazda heading into Phil Hill. See 122 making his way around as well. And Salve, your fastest so far in the number 87, 53.283. 53.283 out of Monsalve. Of course, your two-time and defending Spec 991.2 champion, 11 wins on the season last time, 5 straight GT2 championships also out of Monsalve, the ProAudioland.com, Monsalve Motorsports Inc. Porsche GT3 Cup 2018. The number is the year there. As the field working their way around once again through Grapevine and around Cotton Corner. See what happens here in the off-ramp as the drivers make their way high around the corner. And it seems like if you watch them come around there, see how high they get, and that's the fastest that they can make it around. Well, they get that good jump heading into Sunrise and then down the front straightaway. As Selby's fastest time now comes in at a 56.021. So 56.021 out of Selby. Second in his second lap, Salzer 59.333 out of the number 10. But Monsalve still your fastest with a 53 now 283. So he lowers the bar even further. Rescue, wow, 55.635. Now, while the time is a little bit gap there, as Gorski jumps up to fifth fastest with a 56.312. Your battle for third really is tight there. It's separated by a half second between Predescu, Selby, and Gorski. The 100 has a 55.635, 56.021 out of Selby. Gorski with a 56.312. So that's going to be a little battle there to watch for the fastest time. And look at that, Monsalve, 53.234. So that bar gets raised further. Benade with a 54.308, a second behind Monsalve. So Monsalve so far has it going on. Coming out of Grapevine and through Cotton Corner. Now, what I want you to watch is watch some of these fast guys here. We'll highlight where I see where the fast guys are really coming off as we go over to the off-ramp. You'll see where some of these guys, I think they're going to be picking up their times. It's going to be right, if they're right along here, right along that exit curb. I'm going to actually do that, erase that, draw that. It's right through here that you're going to see some of these guys really pick up times. If they're up against that exit curving there, that's where you're going to see some of these very fast drivers really pick up the times. I think that's where Monsalve is definitely picking up a lot of ground through that stretch as we're watching cars come through the back part of the circuit, in and around, and a lot of cars coming into the pits with just a handful of seconds. And you're going to see that with the faster class cars, is they'll get 1, maybe 2 laps, and they'll say, you know what, that's it, that's all I need to do. As Gorski comes across the line, still cannot beat his 56.312. You see him going around Sunset. And he really, his time last time by 56.524, so only about 2/10 of a second off of his fastest time. See if he can go out there and improve. Gorski, he's just run everything. 24-hour series. Oh, and he's off course at Star Mazda. So once again, the Star Mazda turn just bites another driver as Gorski. He's already having a little bit of a rough go. So I think his best time of 56.312, that might be the best time that he will be able to get. Not sure if he's gotten back on circuit, but I'm sure that he will be able to. But yeah, Gorski, 24-hour series, Middle East competitor, also has run in Rackle Cup North America, Le Mans Cup, and in the Spring Mountain Race Series. He's just somebody who likes to just go out there and do everything. And you know what? Why the heck not? Salzer just comes across the line, does not prove upon his best time of a 58.628. Run a couple seconds off, so Salzer having an off there. Looks like Gorski did get back on course. You see him off of Phil Hill, and had a feeling that it was going to be a little bit faster entry going into the Star Mazda turn. He was really hustling here through turn 3. Let's see if Salzer has a little bit better time through there, and indeed he does, but misses that apex by just a little bit. So right now, your only taker in GT3, Salzer, fastest time there, it's 58.628. So a lot of these other competitors have a lot to handle here. John Heldman, the only other non-spec 991.2 car in this half of qualifying, is running at a 201.895 in the GT2 class. And Salzer, I think, is going to be your only driver out there at this time, as the rest of the cars have decided to call it a session and save their equipment for the race later on today. Again, that's going to be about 1:55 p.m. Pacific time here on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel. Makes his way around. Let's see if he decides to come in and pit as the second half of the split qualifying for the red group. And the checker is out on this session, so we will see him come on in at some point, and indeed decides to come into the pits. You saw how he dove off and kind of dipped down. So the checker flag is out. Your fastest so far in the Spec 991.2 class is Mike Monsalve with a 53.214. Eben Benade with a 54.308. That'll be your provisional front row in that class, as we have at least one more taker. And it sounds like there is indeed one more behind, so we'll see who that is here in just a little bit. And yeah, that is... Look at that. I think that might be Greg Gorski out there still. So yeah, Gorski did set a time of a 22.960, and he is taking his time through the best stop. So Gorski looks like he's going to pit, and I think that was Wesseling who was out there as well. Right now, 10 cars have take time so far in this red class. Monsalve and Benade, your provisional front row in the Spec 991.2. And we'll see who qualifies ahead of them as the red qualifying marches on. There is Brett Gaviglio, as you see his onboard camera. We'll have multiple onboard cameras throughout the session. And of course, you know, with the way that some of these tracks are out in the middle of the country, sometimes the signal might be a little choppy. So just keep that in mind as heads out onto the course and makes his way through the S's. And we're going to get a first-hand look at where these cars are going off in Star Mazda corner. And it looks like that, you know, it's the end of the S's. So, yeah, the gravel there that you saw right here, that's going to be, you know, it catches you out quick. You get a tire off there, and it's going to be inviting. So that makes a lot of sense. All the way down through the sweeper, and we'll head into the Phil Hill corner. A little bit heavy on the brakes. The arch, and then set yourself up for back on the straightaway around Riverside. You see, just a little bumpy here, but that's what makes tracks like this so much fun. Set yourself up for the bus stop. See, there's the paddock over there with the main building. Set yourself up back onto the straightaway. Head towards the left-hander at Grapevine. And I'll get you set up for in corner. A little bit of an uphill through there. Apex, nice little ridge there. And short little run straight away to set yourself up for the off ramp. Yeah, you see he goes out a little wide and then sets himself up. You either have two choices, go right into the pits right there, or you take a right, go on to Sunrise, and go around for another lap. And straight away, where the green flag will be out for Gaviglio, as he was last season's GT3 champ on the strength of 7 wins. Swept both races at Spring Mountain last time out in the GT3 class. Of course, a history of championships here in POC. He was a 15 SCR champ, 16 GT4 champs. He comes across some a little bit slower traffic, but working his way around. Of course, deciding that discretion is better part of valor. They'll dip off drivers right and let Gaviglio by his warm-up time 2:08.757. Let's see what he can do here as he goes on his first hot lap. A little bit of a jump there on the apex, another one there, and comes around Phil Hill with a full head of steam. Also the fastest GT3 time, 58.628, and I have a feeling that that may get demolished here in this lap. Comes through the bus stop with full anger and trying to set a time here that would be good enough for the pole for this afternoon's race. Heavy on the brakes as working his way through the double apex Grapevine. Now through Cotton Corner. The left, right, left combination. A lot of runoff here at Buttonwillow, so if you go off, you know what, you can correct it quickly. We saw, obviously, a couple cars through Star Mazda turn who just did that and able to get through. Let's see what Gaviglio does. He comes across the line for the first time in a hot lap session, and it is 5th fastest. Tops the GT3, 56.309. So Gaviglio, your defending GT3 champion, already fastest in this session. Paul Wren right now across the lines, 57.848. There you see him going around turn number 1 once again. And Wren trying to see what he could do to kind of end the stranglehold on Gaviglio so far. Second and a third last time out at Spring Mountain. 4th in points in GT3. Also a former motorcycle racer, but did get a start in karting. Of course, a lot of drivers do have that lucky able to get their start in karting. And there are some drivers who just stay in karting because for them it's cheaper. There's a lot of competition, but that's where I say, hey, if you're going to start racing and you don't want to do HPDE, best bang for your buck is easily karting. There's so many pathways to get to where these drivers are at today. There's no one correct answer. So, you've got that. Also, the 275, that's what I saw there. From that number here. Oh, it might be a 370 if I haven't gold there in GT3. We did see him out there on his warm-up lap while we were on board with Gaviglio. There's Gaviglio once again. Trying to set another fast lap. Let's see what our points leader in GT3 can do. The number 70. Fastest in class. And little bit of a hey, you know what, I'm going to choose my line for you, Ren, and we see how that works. Of course, you got several laps to kind of fix yourself and plenty of time, plenty of space to go ahead and do that. As we're watching everybody make their way through the off-ramp and headed towards Sunrise for yet another lap. 56.309, the fastest so far in this session. This half of the session, I should say, everybody's trying to chase Monsalve's 53.254, which I think might be a little difficult as we're not seeing the times really pop up. Paul Wren, 57.848. Thomas Ryder Liu with a 59.554. We've got 12 drivers below the 2-minute cut, the 2-minute line, as Roland Schmidt with a 2-minute 438, 2-minute 2-minute 0.438. Keegan and Barnes also trying to get out there and get under that 2-minute gap. And the blip of the cars and the entry of Phil Hill. Now watch him come down the exit. And they're absolutely on the limit around Riverside as well. So if drivers decide they want to get one more lap in, of course, they've got time for it. But, you know, some of these faster cars, they get one, maybe two prime laps in, and usually is about it. These cars a little off their limit right now, but they could be either setting up for one final run at the pole of their class. Of course, Gaviglio wrapped in the top 5. I think he is probably going to be one of those drivers who's going to be happy to stand on his 56.309. And we're hearing that quite a few have decided to pit for the session. No use in tearing up your equipment, as a couple more across the line. Liu with a 59.554, not able to improve upon that. Last time by, he did 204.735. Keegan 59.772. So good to see a great lap out of Keegan. Paul Barnes making his way in the top 15. Oh, 201.075 in his absolutely stunning IROC Tribute Porsche GT2 class car, number 636. Sitting right now second in the GT2 class. We'll see who decides to stay out here, as a handful of drivers have come into the pits and kind of getting ready for the race later on today. Evan Gold trying to get outside that 2-minute range, but still he's at a 203.742 last time by, 0.2 of a second off of his fastest lap of the session. A little bit of dust being picked up there. The fastest times running through the system on the tower on your left-hand side of the screen. So finally got that up and running. Monsalve, your overall fastest driver here in this red class. $19 cars. Taking a lap here. As across the line. I believe that's going to be Liu. Does actually log his fastest lap of the session with a 59.146. So Ryder Liu just improving upon his time. He's about 0.6 of a second off of Salzer's fastest time. Salzer, third fastest in the GT3 class, will set the lap in the first half of the session. But it is odd to see someone out there this long. We'll see if Liu can pick up that 0.6 of a second. It's easy to do, but at the same time, it's still tough to do because now you've got tires that aren't as fresh as they were earlier on in the session. Here, one, maybe two other cars out there as well. So qualifying wrapping up here in just a little bit. Be tough to beat Monsalve's 53.254. You got to really dig deep at this, the way the classic car is compared to the 991.2. I think it's going to be a lot easier said than done. He's passing here. It's the 21. So that one is Brad Keegan. Still, he looks like he had a little bit of an off. The 213.910 was his last time by in his number 21 GT3 Porsche at 930. Look at him hustling around Riverside, drops a wheel off there and still able to get through. But he was on 3 wheels entering into the bus stop. So he's really hustling that 930 all throughout his paces to try and get a fast time. Again, his fastest time of 59.772. He's got to hustle just a little bit faster and find about 3 seconds to catch up to Gaviglio, and that's going to be a lot easier said than done, but he's back on the throttle again through Grapevine, around Cotton Quarter, down the straightaway towards the off-ramp. Now let's hear him around the off-ramp. Yeah, he's still on as he heads towards Sunrise around the corner, and yeah, he's leaning on that car. Again, we're watching the checker fly. It'll be his last time across the line. Caddy B is 59.772. No, 59.861 is his fastest time. So Mike Monsalve and Eben Benade will be alongside each other in the front row. Your other fastest qualifiers are Brett Gaviglio in GT3, 5th fastest with a 56.309. And in GT2, trying to look up and down, Roland Schmidt, your fastest in GT2, qualifying with a 2-minute .438. Well, it's about that time for the Orange group to set up for their race. Of course, we're going to do a grid walk. Let's do some natural sounds and hear what some of the drivers and players have to say for this race coming up in just a little bit. cars are rolling off, so let's take a look at how they will be lined up for this race. On the pole on the front row, Rob Walker and Nick Kilnani. You take a look at row 2, as that will be Jerry Chain and Nigel Mainman. Of course, both of those cars spec Boxsters. Row 3, Ryan Moore and Murray Wonderly alongside each other, 917, 614. Row 4, Dominic Ong and Branimir Kovac in the 318. Moving on to row 5, Matthew Hadley and Alex Maslov make up the top 10 there in spec Boxster. Row 6, Adam Abrams and Klaus Draymond. As you take a look at row number 7, it's Alan Watts and Nima Ataman as we work our way through the field and on the course. Andrew Wyman and John Krylo make up row 8. Row 9 is Stephen Peterson and Stefan Aseo in the 520. Then you take a look at row 10, Karen Robinson and Bob Chang. Row 11, Greg Scarcello and Kunal Hinduja. Then you've got David Gold and Alicia Ray making up row 12. Alicia in the 834. Micah Porteous and Enrique Marr make up row 13. And row 14, we're going to GT7, Matthew Welch alongside Randy Burgum. Welch, your fastest qualifier in GT7, Ted Fretch and John Momar, your fastest in Spec 2.7, with Vivek Hasari and Vian Nguyen in GT6 making up row 16. Row 17, Bear Salali and Jane Scarcello make up the final row on the grid. So, plenty of great stories. Of course, you know, what we saw last year between Hazari and Momire for the Spec 2.7. A lot of fast cars here. Porteous with, look, I think as we come through the back of the pack, we'll see what happens. And the cars will be forming up here momentarily around Grapevine as you see Rob Walker leading the field. Slowing them up through the cotton corner, and we'll get side by side as they'll pair up for a what will be a 11 lap or 30-minute race, whichever comes first. Well, a couple of onboards throughout this race as well. John Momire in Spec 2.7, and of course your pole sitter Rob Walker in the Spec Boxster. As the field working their way slowly towards the off-ramp. Glad to have you with us as we are set for race number 1 of the weekend here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Nice alignment through the field as you see wave 1 back there, wave 2 making their way through Cotton Corner. A little bit of a gap between the two fields as we'll see the Spec Boxster wave around the final corner Sunrise. It's going to be Rob Walker bringing them to the line as they start to pick up just a little bit of speed. It's going to be very fun to see what they can do in 11 laps. Green flag is out, and we're already 2-3 wide near the back of the pack. Some drivers already popping out as Rob Walker, your pole sitter, is still side by side with Kilnani and gets that advantage already. Move Nigel Maidman into the 3rd spot, and from there on back, they are 2 abreast each way, and see how they get through the S's because they don't have much time to sort themselves out. As you see now, the field starting to get into single file formation. Wave 2 should be taking the green flag here. Got a little bit of a battle near the back of the pack, but still everybody sorting themselves out, heading into Star Mazda corner, and everybody single file. Now we got a battle for position there near the back of the Spec Boxster class, as second wave has taken the green flag, and Vivek Asari taking the lead in Spec 2.7 ahead of John Momire, and Randy Bergram taking the GT7 lead. You see the gap back there also that Rob Walker has on the Spec Boxster lead, and man, I'll tell you what, Vivek with a big lead already as John Momeyer on board with him. That is Bear Sally as he tries to hold off Momeyer for overall position, not necessarily in-class position. Bear in the number 47 GT5, and of course, look at the gap that he's already losing to Bear. They're heading into Phil Hill, but Vivek Azari with a huge lead already as the 152 sat second after qualifying. Now makes his way out of Phil Hill and opens up that gap, but he's going to have that GT5 on his backside here shortly as working their way around Riverside for the first time at speed. As you see, Bergram a little bit further away behind him, but go back to the battle for the overall lead in Specster as Kilnani has found another gear. He's closed in on Rob Walker. I'd say he's closed 2 to 3 car lengths into it. That's about a 5 car length gap that Rob Walker already has. How long will he be able to keep it? We'll find out as they come across the line for the first time at speed, 0.7 of a second. Separate those two main men. He's basically in a different zip code, holding off Kovac and Wonderly for the bottom step of the Spec Boxer podium. But at this time, looks like that Wonderly is trying to knock on the door there of that 4th spot for Spec Boxer. And a little bit of battling near the back of the pack, nothing too major. Around sunset they all come, and now they're full throttle around the S's once again. Walker, not sure if he's trying to save something there for the end or if Kilnani has found something as he's closing in ever so slightly each and every corner. But the lead still kind of looks like it's about as close as it was as they cross the line. Back there, you've also got Jerry Chang, Ryan Moore in Valport position. Ahead of them, there's the Wonderly Kovac battle right there. And Jerry Chang, the Ryan Moore, Dominic Ong battle. Ong ahead of, behind Moore for 7th place as they start to gap Matthew Hatley as well, Dominic Ong, I should say. Hatley back there in his own battle with Adam Abrams. So far, everybody has somebody to battle with here in this opening couple of laps, but you see Rob Walker trying to do what he can to shake Kilnani, and indeed he is. Last time it was 0.7 of a second. I think it's going to be over a second, but Maidman holding his ground there as you see Wonderly doing everything that he can to try and keep Kovac, get around Kovac for that 4th spot. See what happens here. Wonderly looked to the inside, brought Jerry Chang up the backside with him. As Rob Walker comes around once again as Maidment. We'll see the gap between Maidment and Kovac. 0.8 of a second, 0.3 of a second back to Wonderly. And we saw how close he was on the back of Wonderly. Still not able to close in on there because Chang's got more knocking at the back door of for 6th place. Dominic Ong also wanting a part in that, though he's just a little bit further behind. Love seeing this view through turn number 3 and basically in the middle of the S is the commitment that you need to come through here. And now we'll take a look at Star Mazda turn. We saw a couple of drivers in the red qualifying have some issues. Orange drivers really not having that much of an issue coming into there, but then again, they're not coming out on that final S to really get caught out by that dirt that we saw in the beginning of qualifying. Let's take a look at group number 2, where Vivek Hasari still holding off Sally in the 47, but it looks like Momeyer has closed in on the 47. No, I guess it was just my eyes deceiving me. And of course, Porteous with a big gap there, so something happened there to the 170. And Spec Boxer as he is basically shotgun on the field, and now we see Momeyer trying to look to the inside. Not going to make it happen so far, but the 47 looking pretty good so far in GT5. He's really good on the straightaways, that much we do know. it seems like that Star Mazda turn is just catching Bear out. He started club racing actually in PCA. Bear did moved to Porsche Owners Club and then made his way. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle there by Bear. As Bear trying to do all he can to stay ahead of Momeyer, but I think the second that Momeyer gets around Bear, it's going to be game over for him, because both those drivers, the 47 and the 6, while they are out of class, still giving Vivek Asari a chance to open up that gap just a little bit. Of course, these are the only two competitors, Hazari and Momeyer, in the spec 2.7. And of course, Momeyer, your POC president. This is Vivek Asari second, and there you go. There's the gap between the two of them. You see the lap times that they're running, and that just goes to show you that even though you've got Bear, who is in a faster class, he's still kind of holding up John Momeyer, which you don't think of it as something like that, but you take a look at how quick that Bear is around the corner. So stay on board here, especially through the S's and going into Star Mazda, because that's where you really see Momeyer catch up. And now we're starting to see Bear close that gap to Hazari. And of course, we'll get lap 3 here shortly between the two. But yeah, 3 seconds separates the two of them. I think it's going to be a little bit closer the next time by, because it looks like that Sally has really gotten the head of steam that he really needed. But look at how tight that Momeyer gets through the S's. You see him close that gap and really close that gap here in Star Mazda. Just can't get around him. It's the second they get on that exit point, that's when Bear is at his best. So it's one of those frustrating things where, yeah, you think you've got the faster car in some parts, but once you got, we got a car off actually in, let's see, 5:25. So already some problems with the 5:25. Got to look at my notes here. And that is going to be Dustin. Not sure if we're going to get a full course yellow, because that car is kind of a little close to the racing surface. I don't see the double yellows, but we'll see what happens here. As we'll keep it. I do want to see that, because I think it's going to be off the racing line heading into Phil Hill, and yeah. It's close enough off the racing line, but will it close enough off the circuit? That's the question. Let's go back to that battle for the overall lead with Rob Walker, and that's fallen back to about 4 seconds. Kilnani just fallen off the pace there, as got a red boxer right there. So that's the battle. That's the more chain battle we just saw. I'm sorry, the Wonderly chain battle. As they are coming around now. There's your leader. And yeah, wow, Rob Walker opening up a huge gap. That's giving Maidman a chance to possibly go up on that second step of the podium. And Walker just, he has dropped the hammer over the past couple of laps, as Nick Kilnani having to hold off Nigel Maindent. Didn't think we're going to be able to see that. You take a look at the lap times, and yeah, Walker consistently 10s and 11s, and a couple of 12s there for Kilnani, and that's going to do it. Is now we'll see how long it takes for Walker to catch up to the back of that pack. Yeah, you just take a look at that. A couple of 13 to start off with. Of course, that was the opening lap, but still an 11 and a 12 out of Kilnani. And Maymet just consistent with 11s outside that 14 that we mentioned was in the lap. You see the gap that he is closing in on Kilnani for second place. Of course, Nigel Maidbend, second to boxer points last season. He is the 2017 PLC Spec Boxster champion, and he also ran a Lexus IS350 in the American Rally Association for a couple seasons back in 21 with several class podiums. That will be interesting to see there. Either way, there is the battle for 7th right there between Jerry Chang, David Gong, and Matthew Haitley. Actually, I'm correcting myself. I'm seeing the wrong red car. It is the Wonderly Moore battle, as that is for fourth place with Kovac sitting there in the head of that pack. You see Mainment screaming his way around the S's. Let's see how these three are working. And Kovac opening up a little bit of gap. That's what he needs to get away from Wonderly and Moore. And of course, there's that waving yellow. So this race will kind of die off a little bit while we get the stricken car out of the way, or shown the stricken car of the 525. Just, watching the race, doing the same thing we are. For all we know, I mean, probably it's a better seat than us, so we can call the race a little bit better than us. But, either way, it's a Saturday. Kovac now can really focus on holding off Wonderly, as Moore has fallen off just a little bit. There's Chang coming into the picture right now. But this battle for fourth really heating up between Kovac and Wonderly around the bus stop. And really, it looks like Moore can catch up there in the 917 Golf livery as they work their way through the bus stop. So now equidistance apart for the battle for fourth place. Ooh, is that a little bit of a wiggle out of Kilnani? Oh, this battle for second place is going to be heating up very quickly, as the battle for fourth also tightens up just a little bit through Cotton Corner. Let's watch as now Rob Walker is caught up to the back of lap traffic, so he'll have to slice and dice his way through. Last time by, it was 5.2 seconds. You're on board with the overall leader as he works his way through some slower traffic. That's the 713 that he's working through. So Randy Burgum, the first car that he will see, is gone one lap down, as Fretch and Draymond are also at least one or more laps down. You got to get your way up to Welch in the 550. Said last time by with a 5-second gap. This time by between Kilnani and Maidment. It's bigger, but unfortunately, timing showing +1 lap. There it is, 5 seconds. So 6 of a second, though, separating Kilnani and Maidment for the battle of the podium. And I have a feeling they're going to leave our stricken car out there, which, in a safe place, which is absolutely fantastic. So, the wonderful race control here at Porsche Owners Club, they're really trying their best to make sure that the race is safe. And of course, also, it'll be interesting to see what happens throughout the rest of this race. Of course, we are at 5 laps to go here, 6 laps into this race. You see how the gap has basically shrunk. At one point, it was 1.3 seconds between Kilnani and Maidment, but he basically cut it in half this past time by. Let's keep an eye on this battle between Kilnani and Maidment as they work their way around lap traffic. And of course, also the Kovac Wonderly Moore group. That group is going to have to deal with some lap traffic here. I would say somewhere around the off ramp. So plenty of time to have that battle heat up. Unfortunately, Dominic Ong has fallen off of the back of Jerry Chang. So good news for Chang. He can still stay in 7th place. But interesting to note the lines here between Maidment and Kilnani. He is now almost on that back bumper, as Kovac, I think he caught lap traffic at probably the worst time, and indeed he does, as Wonderly takes a look to the inside, side by side for 4th place. And of course, Maidment closing in. Here they come. It's going to be a little bit of a rub there. Oh, that was a nice save by Wonderly, but he's going to lose that position as that little touch and the speed going into the off-ramp, that could have cost him that position for the time being, as indeed it has, working away around Sunrise. Yeah, Wonderly could not keep that position, go way too fast through off-ramp, and now has to try again for Kovac and 4th place. Of course, got to have one of the 944s that will be closing in here through the S's, and that's kind of multi-class racing. You got to find out how to work your way around traffic, and once again, there's the battle for second. So at least Kilnani's opening up that gap to Maidment. Let's see what Kovac and Wonderly can do as they work their way. Oh, that was a perfect pick there by Wonderly is now they have dropped more from this battle. So the 3-car battle for position has turned into a 2-car battle for position for the time being, as Kovac and Wonderly, they're in a race of their own, but Kovac opened up a bigger gap. You saw Kilnani still holding off Maidment, just cannot shake him loose here as they work their way through Phil Hill. But once again, Wonderly, he's close. He might try another attack here, coming off of Riverside, going through the bus stop. But if I was him, I would definitely wait there for something else to happen. But yeah, he closes in right there around Riverside, now through the bus stop as they work their way single file. No lap cars they have to deal with here. It's gonna be 3 laps to go when Rob Walker finally crosses the line here. He's opened up an 8.6 second gap between Kilnani and Maidment. Let's watch there as he comes out of Cotton Corner. Gonna wait. Yep, there they are. So the Walkers just ran away with the lead for the time being. Kilnani and Maidment still in a race of their own. Of course, let's see if Wonderly learned anything from that off-ramp incident. And indeed, he does. He gets a better run coming out of Cotton Corner. There's your battle for second place, but the battle for third heats up again. He had contact last time by. Going to pop to the inside, and Kovac shuts the front door on Wonderly, but Wonderly takes the tighter line, gets out of the gas a little bit faster. Indeed, he does get that 4th place. Murray Wonderly to 4th place. A much better exit this time by over Wonderly to Kovac. Kovac falls back 1 spot. Now that gives Ryan Moore a chance to battle to get into the top 5. Oh, we had an off here as see somebody went straight off of the off-ramp. Not sure who that was, and indeed, that was one of the 944s that did that, so they're back on course. Could have been either Bergrum, or I think it was Bergrum who did that in the 713. Well, Wayman's fallen back just a little bit. Could have been who that is here in a second. Either way, we're back underway. Wayman crosses the line. So far, so good. Is just have one car that we know that's out back on board with John Momeyer, as he's trying to do his best to get back up to Vivek Hazari for the Spec 2.7 lead, but Bear Sally's giving him all that he can handle right now as working his way into Sunrise once again. Again, 3 laps to go as they'll cross the line this time by, but man, I've got to say this. We see Kunal Hinduja with some problems as he's fallen down through the order. Has not crossed the line as of yet. Hinduja right now 26 overall in running in Spec Boxster. Let's see if he crosses the line. Indeed, he hasn't. So we are missing the 813. Let's see what happens here in just a little bit. But once again, Momeyer doing his best to close in on Sally, but Sally still holding his own. But this is the point where Momeyer, I kind of think he probably wishes there wasn't a yellow flag here. Now we get to see on board how close that Boxster is. You know what? It's actually not as far and not as close as I thought it was. So yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you different camera angles are going to show different things. So really smart move by the PLC race control to let these guys see out there and race. You just have that yellow flag from the exit of Star Mazda to basically the entrance of Phil Hill. So that's, you know, that's something. But either way, you are seeing how different classes have different speeds in different places, and the lap times are indeed showing it. You know, Momeyer's still a little bit faster than Sally, but not able to capitalize on some of those places because that GT5 Porsche, it's able to gun it on the straightaways, and really Momeyer can't really do that right now. We'll see what happens here in the closing stages. As you see, I believe that's right. No, that's the. Yeah, it's not Rob Walker, but either way. We'll be at the white flag lap this next time by. Walker has opened up a 10-second lead over the Kilnani Maidment battle. As there's your leader, Rob Walker, making his way through Cotton Corner for the penultimate time. Again, 10.2 seconds, but you see that's the 170 making his way around. So that's not the second place car. That is the 170 making his way around as we see Walker coming out of the off ramp down the straightaway towards Sunrise, and it will be a white flag this time by for your overall Inspect Boxster leader as whoa, did Maidment lose to Wonderly there? That's going to be interesting to see. One lap to go. And let's see here. Yeah, indeed he has. So Wonderly has found a new head of steam, gotten around Maidment, and we'll see if Maidment maybe had an off. And yeah, he did. 220 was his last time by. Well, keep an eye on this battle as it's really tightening up. Wonderly, we didn't know if he had a shot there for the podium, but indeed he is close in on Kilnani. He's on the bottom step of the podium provisionally, but he's trying to get gun for sec place. So absolutely fantastic run out of the 614 as they come into Star Mazda corner once again. They're not going to be able to make a pass here yet, but Ryan Moore still all over the back of Kovac for position, and they're going to fall back just a little bit as well. Down, heading off of turn 4 and towards actually turn 5 right now. Maidment cannot believe that, you know, he's sitting there pretty, trying to go for second place and just lost a little bit somewhere on the track. Now this is Wonderly's chance to capitalize and see if he can get into that second place. Also, you see Kovac trying to close in on Maidment for fourth place. So Kovac had a little bit of a rough start there, able to possibly make some lemonade out of lemons. But a lap car is going to be involved in this battle for second place overall. Rob Walker now 16 seconds ahead, no harm, no foul, as he's on a Sunday drive on a Saturday morning through the Buttonwillow countryside. And Kilnani, now there's a Walker right now, but Kilnani going to try and hold off Wonderly for the final time. He might have a little bit of a struggle coming out of Cotton Corner. Indeed, he will, as the 170 is basically playing block right now. We'll see if Wonderly can do what he did the past couple of times, and no, Kilnani keeps that door shut for second place, but still both of them are having a problem coming around that lap car. Walker coming around the final quarter, he'll get the win, but we're watching this battle for second place as Wonderly going to try the tight line once again. It may be too little too late for Murray Wonderly. Rob Walker is your winner in Spec Boxer overall, but we're watching the battle for second place and fourth place as well. Kilnani's opened up a 3-4 car length gap, and now the battle for fourth is involved in this with Maidment, Kovac, and more, all nose to tail. Here comes Kovac across the line. He's going to lose out by 1/10 of a second to Maidment, but still stays within the top 5. Ryan Moore sits in 6th. So what could have been a little bit of a straggled finish absolutely turned into a great battle for second and fourth. Here comes your battle for the Spec 2.7, and Momeyer has now caught up to the back of Hazari as Bear Sally has gotten ahead of Hazari. So this battle is really heating up between the two drivers in Spec 2.7. Let's see what Hazari can do to hold off Momeyer. These two very familiar competitors to one another. We've seen them go tooth and nail here in this orange class. As he once again Momeyer has a run for now, but what can he do coming off the off ramp as he's going to get that run? Look to the inside, see if Hazari has anything. He shuts the front door on him. Oh, he uses the brakes too to try to save himself from spinning. And I think that's going to be game over for Momeyer to get the second place as Hazari comes around Sunrise, and one car kicking up a heck of a lot of dust. Checkered flag is out. Hazari is going to get the win in Spec 2.7 over John Momeyer. Here, the 970 of Volder coming across the line. He will take the checker flag. I think we still have Win and Hinduja to cross the line. But either way, we saw some great battling here in the first race of the weekend. And the first race for the 3 races that will see the Orange Cup take their finish. Take a look at some of the classes here as Vian Win, your winner in GT6. Move on to the next class as well. And of course, our timing screen kind of refreshed on us. Let's see if I can pull up the results, and indeed I cannot. So take a look at the left hand. Actually, that's going to be the Red Cup. But either way, a tight finish for 2nd and 4th in class. In Spec Boxster, we do know that Bear Sali was your winner in GT5. I didn't get a chance to see who our GT7 winner was, but Salehi is your winner in GT5. There's Rob Walker, your overall in Spec Boxster winner. Once we go to the grid cam, I'm going to step aside and we'll get the point of view of some drivers, because that was an absolute fantastic race for some of them. And really, you've got to give a tip of the cap for Kilnani to hold off 2 different drivers for that 2nd place in class. Also, got to tip of the cap to Murray Wonderly for making his way up to 3rd in class, third overall, after having a great battle with several different drivers. But either way, it's been absolutely fantastic to see what these cars and stars can do. They'll be back on the circuit at 2:45 p.m. Pacific time for race number 2, 11 laps once again for the Orange Cup race. And we're gonna step aside as we talk to the winners and some of the podium finishers.
The keys?
To the car. Please. And then go get the trophies.
Dang it. Hold on.
Please record them right now.
Hi. How was it? It was good.
Oh, really?
Good race?
Good race.
back here? Contact? I'm a little dirty. Yeah, well. There's a difference.
That was fun.
That was fun. Yeah. There was some.
I'm sorry, you know, I said, if he wants to get them, I have to pass him.
I know.
Not that why.
You just shouldn't take his home. Really?
No contact.
We were watching.
Yeah, you know what was your mistake? Riverside. Riverside
goes side by side with you in Riverside.
I saw you one time getting good and I left the snuff pool, but
I tried in 1A. I made you look real hard in there. You did. I'm good. I'm driving the left side of the track. See what it does.
I haven't raced for a long time like that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was good. That was fun. Now we got one more trail up faster. Yeah, next spring down. Well, I always keep my shoes together, so it's like right there, and I just in the bag. The bag gets moved, and the bag's sealed. I'm like, all right. And then like at 5 a.m. in the morning, I don't really break something.
Is it different having your own like Nordic track or bicycle at home versus going to
Yeah. Oh, Sarah. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah.
Hi guys.
And then I lost control.
Hi. Excuse me.
Tomorrow, okay? That's out of the way. Hey. All right, I'll have you right on that crack.
Yeah.
And 3, 2, 1. Now hold them up. 3, 2, 1. Thank you guys. All right. All right. First place. Let me guess.
I got the little one.
Okay. So I'll have you right on the track. First, second, third. Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1. All right. Now let's hold them up. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you. Thank you. One more GT5 coming. Okay. We'll get a. Nice meeting you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
What GT5? Oh, 7, right? GT5. Yep. What's up? And we need. Is it just you two? No, right? There's a white one. Yeah. He was chasing. No. I was chasing somebody in SCR. In the white one, right? Yeah. You are GT5 or 6? We'll take GT7. What's up, brother? Good, man. Yeah, we're still waiting for the other. Right? I don't think there is the other. Okay, we'll do SCR real quick. Dude, you were hunting out there. Yeah. What, GT5? No. SCR. Yeah, I'm the last guy. Okay. Everybody else either quit or died. So timid on the passing. There's no other GT6 either, right? Just me. Okay, so we'll take SCR real quick. Cool. Have you right in dead center? Right there. First place, only place. 3, 2, 1. All right, and then we'll hand it over for GT6. And then there's another 2 in your group. 2 in my group, but where is he? 3, 2, 1. All right, let's hold it up. I got held up so much. Sweet. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. You were hunting, bro. Trying. And then the motor ended up. I don't know. Yeah. Shit. We'll see. Okay. And like 3, 4 seconds off my 2 on the good lap, and then just kind of win. We'll just get you 2 then. We can Photoshop them in. This is not in that order. Yeah. Yeah, they're losers, but they're old losers. Okay. I feel like put new tires. All right, and 3, 2, 1. Let's hold them up. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you.
Hey, can I get that from you?
Oh, of course. Yeah. So, yeah, they'll be uploaded for sure. And then Yep. Thank you.
When am I going to see you on the crest again?
Oh, I know, right? Soon for sure. I ended up going out to Mount Palomar.
And with that, that ends our first race coverage of the day. We're going to step aside for a little bit, grab some lunch, let some HPDE cars get on track. As you see on the bottom part of your screen, coverage for Red Race number 1 begins at 1:40 p.m. Pacific time. We'll see you in a bit.
Oh, I'm live.
Hold on, are you good?
No, they cut away once I got on. I see.
That's a nice green.
kid, I was wishing to grow up and get in the driver's seat. It's kind of in our blood now, and that's why we're not going anywhere.
Porsche racing is addictive.
The atmosphere has always been great here. People run the track very well. It was a very safe group to drive with.
The energy is high, and everybody's out there to really rock and roll.
We're having a lot of fun this weekend. You know, we've got something like 130 people out bouncing between the classroom down into you jump right in your car and you're on track and you're doing all these exercises and passing. Buttonwillow is one of my favorite tracks. It's very technical, it's challenging, and yet it's got a little bit of everything.
I just think it offers so much. In fact, the entire facility offers so much. I love this track.
I don't think I can describe it. It's amazing.
The racing clinics here that we put on are top notch. They put so much into the program. It's a very natural progression, very linear, and gives you the confidence and helps build the skills as you're kind of climbing the ladder into cup racing.
We are well known in this country and people respect the way that we do things out here. It's one of the only clubs where anybody, you don't have to drive a Porsche. You come out here and get started and have amazing instructors teach you the ins and outs, and within a matter of time, next thing you know, you're in the racers clinic and you're racing out there wheel to wheel.
I love POC events. I'm a big POC fan. People are so friendly.
It's a good energy here in the club, and that's what I like the most.
More than half of the fun is not even on the track, it's off the track. It's when the track gets cold and you crack open a cold beer and fire up the barbecue, hanging out with the buddies that you see every weekend. POC is a family. When everybody takes their helmet off at the Impound, you know, everybody has a smile on their face and everybody's having a good time. kid, I was wishing to grow up and get in the driver's seat. It's kind of in our blood now, and that's why we're not going anywhere.
Porsche racing is addictive.
The atmosphere has always been great here. People run the track very well. It was a very safe group to drive with.
The energy is high, and everybody's out there to really rock and roll.
We're having a lot of fun this weekend. You know, we've got something like 130 people out bouncing between the classroom down into, you jump right in your car and you're on track and you're doing all these exercises and passing. Buttonwillow is one of my favorite tracks. It's very technical, it's challenging, and yet it's got a little bit of everything.
I just think it offers so much. In fact, the entire facility offers so much. I love this track.
I don't think I can describe it, but it's amazing.
The racing clinics here that we put on are top notch. They put so much into the program. It's a very natural progression, very linear, and gives you the confidence and helps build the skills as you're kind of climbing the ladder into cup racing.
We are well known in this country and people respect the way that we do things out here. It's one of the like clubs where anybody, you don't have to drive a Porsche. You come out here and get started and have amazing instructors teach you the ins and outs, and within a matter of time, next thing you know, you're in the racers clinic and you're racing out there wheel to wheel.
I love POC events. I'm a big POC fan. People are so friendly.
It's a good energy here in the club, and that's what I like the most.
More than half of the fun is not even on the track, it's off the track. It's when the track gets cold and you crack open a cold beer and fire up the barbecue, hanging out with the buddies that you see every weekend. POC is a family. When everybody takes their helmet off at the Impound, you know, everybody has a smile on their face and everybody's having a good time.
Well, it's time for race number 2 of the day. It is the first cup race, the Red Cup race of the weekend. It's 13 laps, 30 minutes, whichever first. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeremy Scott. Great to have you back with us on the Porsche Owners Club channel, and was able to check up and down the chat and was told that fun fact for Spec Boxster. It was a Kingpin Racing 1-2-3. So we're just about ready to get set for our red races. You see some of the drivers making their way onto the grid. There's Dwayne Selby, who is Dwayne Selby, who is sitting there parked waiting for his release, as we're just about sent. Dustin Hollis back there making us look and sound oh so good. Again, 13 laps, 30 minutes of this race. And of course, we're also going to have the second Cup Orange Cup race at 2:45 p.m. Eastern. So 2 more races to get going here. There is Greg Gorski pulling up to his position as Garrett Wessling sitting there waiting to get going in the Spec 991.2. Just about set to get some of these cars off, as we're just a handful of minutes away from the session taking off. Of course, we saw some interesting racing in the Spec Boxster class for the Orange Cup race earlier on this morning, I should say. What morning when we did this? Now we're fully into the afternoon after the lunch rush. There's the 28 of Thomas Stone. Stone with a 7th and a 5th last time out at Spring Mountain. And you also have the 87 of Mike Monsalve. He is your overall pole sitter, as well as in Spec 992. Also the 2-time defending Spec 991.2 champion. He's one everyone wants to beat, as he's won 5 straight GT2 championships as well. 23 GT1 champion, 7-time overall Porsche Owners Club Tribute to Le Mans race winner, and 3-time driver of the year. So really, that ProAudioland.com Monsalve Motorsports Inc. 2018 Porsche GT3 Cup car is the one everyone wants to beat. Of course, trying to beat him right there is going to be the number 16 of Ibn Benade, as he was second fastest, but only 1 second behind. So it's going to be tough for Benade to get up there and get things going. Let's walk our way through the grid as we see the grid walk right now. There you go. Mike Monsalve and Ibn Benade make up row 1, 87 and 16. And as you take a look at row 2, it's Anna Perdiscu and Dwayne Selby. Selby with early problems in qualifying. See if he can make up for that here in the race. Of Greg Gorski and Garrett Wesseling make up row 3. Gorski, we know he's up. He's usually an up-front driver. See if he can make that happen here in the race. Over to row 4, Thomas Stome and Daryl Troster, as you see the 100 pulling up into his grid position. Roland Schmidt and Paul Barnes make up row 5. They're both GT2 class drivers. Then you have John Heldman and Brett Gaviglio, one of our other camera cars here. Paul Wren will be alongside Jim Salzer in row 7. As you take a look at row 8, it's Ryder Liu and Brad Keegan. Keegan in the number 21. Then you go off to row number 9. And it's Evan Gold and Mick Yanoshak Jr. in the 939 GT3 with Andy Sloan. Bring up the field in the 621 in the GT3 class. So a smaller field, but what we make up for in quantity, we have quality drivers up and down this red field. You see the number 31 in GT2 lining up. That's Roland Schmidt. Last year, third in points in GT2. Also started in autocross. And oddly enough, his first win was at a track that we don't race at anymore because it's mostly dirt at this point, surrounded by a lot of factories. Yeah, that's Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California. So just about set as the cars are mostly on the grid. There's a 787 of Paul Wren. You also have the 70 sitting right there of Brett Gaviglio. That's one of our camera cars that we have throughout the weekend. Gaviglio, your defending GT3 champion on the strength of 7 wins. I love that license plate on the back of Roland Schmidt. It says Brussels. As you hear the Flat 6 is getting ready for the start grid down there, getting ready to release cars as we are just about set for the first race of the weekend. Of course, this is the 3rd race of the season for the Red Cup cars. They ran out at Spring Mountain last month actually. So we go from the Nevada desert over here to California, Buttonwillow, as the field will be working their way around in just a little bit. 1 pace lap followed by 13 laps. I'm thinking 20, but it's just been one of those days to say the least. Like 2 minutes ago as the race car starts to roll out. So we'll have race cars on the circuit here shortly. A lot of great contenders. We saw even in qualifying, there were a couple of groups of cars that were really close to each other. You know, in spite of Monsalve, 1 second, like I said, he's going to get out to a big lead unless something should happen. So we'll see what happens early on in this race. If Monsalve can really get around the start of the race, I think it might be okay for the 13-lap feature race for the Red Cup cars today. They'll also be racing tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Again, you can find that here on YouTube. As you see some of the cars making their way through Impound and back into the paddock. And now crews step away from their cars, making their final adjustments. Anticipation as we get started for the first race of the weekend for the Red Cup class. And indeed, they are rolling off. Again, you've got GT2, GT3, spec 991.2. That will be running here. Normally it's GT1 through GT4. We don't have any GT4 competitors this week. But we could see some the next round out at Chuckwalla. Anything is possible. As now you see the GT2 class make their way around. No GT1 drivers either. GT2 running the, as I said earlier, the 991.1 and 997.2. And Red GT3, for those familiar with WRL GTO. That's basically the same. That's basically the same as what you can run. As we're watching the pace car come through. They'll come through here shortly, as you see on the back part of your screen. And you see the cars coming out of the pits, and there is Brett Caviglio being his own pace car. So, there's Monsalve and Benade being the pace car right now as they start to close in. And it looks like we are taking, indeed, all 19 that qualified in today's race. We'll take them up to the green flag here in just mere moments. Of course, they're working their way through Star Mazda turn, and they'll set themselves up for Phil Hill. Going here as the field working their way through the first half of the lap. A great view coming out of Phil Hill as these wonderful GT3 cars will get set to go racing here in just a little bit. Monsalve leading the field around, bunch them up right around Cotton Corner, and we'll get set for 13 laps of racing in the Red Cup. Now Monsalve will slow down coming out of Cotton Corner, and we'll get them all set up, get them all paired up as they will work their way down slowly through the final couple of corners. Of course, once we get, of course, they'll be in different groups. We see the first wave going through them. We got GT3, so Spec 991.2 will get their own wave, and then the GT2s, I believe the GT2s will join the Spec 991s. So we have obviously Brett Caviglio and Paul Wren catching up. Here come the 991.2s around the off-ramp for the final time at pace car speed. A nice little gap between the first and the second waves as we are just set to get started here at Buttonwillow. And all in all, what a great day of racing we have had earlier today. Let's see if we can make it 2 for 2. Around sunrise, the field works their way around. It's Mike Monsalve and Evan Benade in the front row. They look, they see the starter, eyes on the starter. Green flag is out. We're underway as we go 2-3 wide. Once again, heading into sunset. We'll see how close you like it as they go into there. And Monsalve gets a good jump, and Selby goes into second place. What a dive as he keeps Benade to the outside of sunset. So we'll see how close the gap is through the S's. Here's the second wave. Green flag is out for that as well, as we'll see if Wren can get a hold of head of Caviglio as they work their way through turn number 1. Caviglio takes the inside, and indeed he does. But still, they're side by side going into the S's. So we'll see who has that lead coming out. We'll take a look at their turn 3 camera. It's either going to be Wren or Caviglio. Let's see if it's the black or the blue. It's going to be Wren with a nice little jump ahead of Caviglio for the time being. But everybody single file for the most part. We go back to the 991.2, and Selby. Look at Selby sitting in second place as Mike Monsalve has opened up a huge commanding lead. Your top 4 all about equidistant apart. And of course, you've got Predescu behind Greg Gorski for that 4th spot. So Gorski's moved up 1 spot from his start. Now it's just game on for Monsalve, Selby, and Benade as they work their way off of the bus stop. So far, so good as they're heading through Cotton Corner once again. And of course, right now, Gorski just that cork in the bottle. We'll see how long it takes for somebody to make a move. But Gorski, as good as he is, I don't think it's going to be easy to pass him for that 4th place. But Greg Gorski holding off several fast comers right behind him as we're watching on board with your pole sitter in GT3. It's Brett Caviglio working his way through Cotton Corner as Paul Wren was the first across the line in, as they're heading to the green. But Wren able to get around the 70 and try and make his own pace. Again, Gaviglio's 2 for 2 in GT3. He's trying to make it 3 for 3 so far on the season, but Ren opening up a bigger and bigger lead each and every corner as they go around Sunrise for the first time at speed. And yeah, Ren is just holding onto a decent sized lead around Gaviglio, but Gaviglio with a slower lap time by about a second. We'll see if once these tires get warmed up, if he can catch up to our GT3 leader. Jim Salzer sitting back there in third place with Ryder Liu in fourth. You see the spec 991.2 with Monsalve, but still Selby holding off Benade as Greg Gorski has Prodescu and Wesseling behind him as well. They work their way coming out of Phil Hill, and there you go, 4, 5, and 6 on the track. Not too far away from there, Stone and Troster in 7th and 8th. But so far so good as they work their way around, and falling back is Wesseling in the 722. He's fallen back off of this battle for 4th place ever so slightly, but Monsalve still 1.3 second lead. There he is, and Selby opening up that gap a little bit more to Benade, but it's going to be tough to catch up to Monsalve. We know how good he is. He's almost 1.5 seconds faster than Selby this past time by, as you saw Gorski doing his best to hold off Prodescu for 4th place. As you're watching these two work their way around off-ramp once again. But Wesseling, whatever happened to him in the bus stop, really hasn't affected him too much. Last time at the line, Monsalve 1.3 seconds ahead of Selby, and he hasn't grown that lead much further. It's 1.4 seconds. So whatever Selby is doing, he's doing something good. It sounds like we have somebody around in the off-ramp, but there we go. That's a pass for the lead in the GT3 class between Gaviglio and Ren. And like I said, it took a little bit of time for Gaviglio to get that car up to speed, but he is able to get ahead of Ren on lap number 2. So move your pole sitter to the top in GT3. You see back there is your 991.2 liters as we're watching through the S's, your GT3 lead. And Gaviglio's opened up a little bit of a hurt on Paul Ren. It's about 3 to 4 car lengths as they work their way through Star Mazda, and he keeps opening it up more and more down the straightaway. So whatever Gaviglio does, it works for him, because you think, okay, you lost the lead a little bit, give Ren a little bit of hope, but once that happens, once Gaviglio passes you, it's pretty much game over. Let's watch this battle behind them for the bottom step of the GT3 podium. This is between the 10 of Jim Salzer, Ryder Liu, who's not too far away, and Brad Keegan, who's the interested spectator in that green number 21. So Salzer right there coming through the bus stop, looking nice and tight, but Liu just losing a little bit of ground there. I don't think that Keegan has enough there to kind of close in, but we'll watch what happens as they work their way into Cotton Corner. There's your GT3 leader, followed closely by Paul Ren, and it's just actually, so Keegan's sitting there in Keegan's just falling back in that number, the 930 Porsche, as Liu trying to get on that bottom step of the podium. Salzer running a good race thus far in GT3. Or Salzer previously raced in GT4 with Porsche Owners Club and PCA. He was last year's GT4 champ, so moving up to GT3, current POC treasurer and board member. The Vision Motorsports driver finished 4th in both races, as now Liu looks to the inside. Not going to make anything happen through turn 1 here, but he is close enough to maybe make something happen and set something up as they work their way through the S's. They are leaving Keegan back in the dust, though. As you saw that gap, it was about 0.7 of a second last time by. This time 2.1 seconds between Liu and Keegan. And man, Liu just has that car on rails. That green 997.2 Cup car is just flying through the S's, but not able to make anything happen going into the Star Mazda braking zone. Of course, we saw in qualifying that they were having some issues with braking there and that dust kicking up. This might be an opportunity, though, as a great exit by Liu heading into Phil Hill. Still not able to close in just yet. We got to get to Riverside and through the bus stop. But we saw that Liu was having some weakness there last time. Let's see if he can learn something here. But, man, got to say this, Sulzer with a big advantage through Riverside, and that is where he's just so good as we watch them go through the bus stop. Sulzer can open it up there through the bus stop and around Riverside, but once it gets into Grapevine, Cotton Corner, into the off-ramp, that's where Liu starts to close it up just a little bit. So still several big gap there as we see this battle between Sulzer and Liu. Ryder second at GT3 points last season with a third and second last time out at Spring Mountain. 3 wins on the season. He took a weekend sweep and a final race at the last race of the season. He's been with PLC for 3 years and has run multiple classes. Obviously, he's raced BSR and GT3, so he's very familiar with the class structure here. As I gotta say this battle for position. Oh, I thought we had a car go off. Car back there in the access area. As yeah, that was quite. A little shocking here, but either way, looks like that Sulzer has opened a bigger gap between he and Liu, so that race kind of has fallen by the wayside for the time being. And that was our good race of the. That was our good run of the race so far, but still, anything can happen with these cars. Everybody kind of spacing themselves out on this 3-mile circuit. Plenty of time. Plenty of time to sit back and find your lines and see what you can do. We were watching that battle for fourth place earlier between Gorski and Prodescu, who is actually off the circuit. So the 100 was off the circuit. That gives Wesseling a chance to close in 2.2 seconds. There's your GT3 leader. As you see ahead of him, Gaviglio has John Heldman sitting back there in 10th place overall, third in GT2. As Heldman kind of fallen off that GT2 path, but still in a good position for a podium in class. And he's running, and Gaviglio's running a lot faster than Heldman. About over 3 seconds faster than Heldman, as now we get to see really on board some raw pace out of your GT3 leader through the S's. And of course, I was talking about talking about this spot here. That really gets you going off the circuit, as that'll get you caught up every time. He was one of the drivers who went off in the practice, in the qualifying session I saw that we had here, and he just, was able to get back and do a good quick lap time afterwards. Greg Gorski was one of the other drivers who went off in qualifying there at Star Mazda Turn, but that dirt, it just catches you out. You just get one wheel off, and it sucks you right into the runoff. Now through the bus stop. A very wide bus stop as they make their way through once again. And Gaviglio is going to really have to pick and choose where he's going to pass, and it's going to be a good opportunity for him to pass and put another car between he and Paul Wren. But Wren run about half second slower than Gaviglio so far. So we saw at the line 1.4 seconds. Let's see how it is this next time by. And I'm watching also timing. What's interesting to me is Monsalve only 1.5 seconds ahead of Dwayne Selby, with Benade a second behind as well. Let's see what they look like when they come across, actually it was what they looked like when they came across the line. And we'll see the gap now between Gaviglio and Ren, with a car in the middle, as now Ren tried to get around Heldman for overall position, and indeed he will. And that's going to be a decent amount of time between Gaviglio and Ren. It's 2.8 seconds. So keeping Ren behind Heldman did a lot of damage for him on the track. So now Gaviglio has some more breathing room. Oh, you hear those cars at speed as they're working their way around. There is your third place in 991.2. That is no, that's not Eben Benatti. That is more towards the back of the pack. That's GT3. As let's take a look at this before. Take a look at this 991.2 battle, as Monsalve 2 seconds ahead of Selby, and Selby's trying to shake off Benades as he is finally caught up to the back of the 7 of Selby. But it's going to be a matter of time before they catch up to the lap cars. Again, 2 seconds behind with Selby. Benade a second, 1.2 seconds behind Selby as they cross the line once again to complete lap number 7. So like that, we've really ticked off the laps here. We are just past halfway in the 13-lap race. Gorski and Wesseling are also in a close battle there. 1.5 seconds between the two of them. So Gorski might have a little dancing partner here in just a little while. It's looking close between Selby and Benade, but this is only helping Monsalve's case in the lead to kind of open up the lead a little bit further for the ProAudioLand.com Monsalve Motorsports Inc. number 87. Of course, you also have Dwayne Selby. He's not full of his issues in the number 7 Vision Motorsports. Had some issues again in actually that was the car that went off in Star Mazda during qualifying, but still was able to get that back going. We have a car that's smoking. Not sure who that is, but if they continue on track, they will have to deal with the clutches of Monsalve. Not sure if that's tire rub or if that's some sort of other issue, but does not look like they're smoking around the off ramp, which you never want to be smoking, period, because that's just it's just rough on you, rough on everything. But either way, it is it's still going to be a rough go if you're smoking 7-8 laps into this race. Well, that gap is closed in with Monsalve and Benade also closing in. So Selby and Benade got to work together if they really want to have any sort of battle with Monsalve here to kind of stop his 3-in-a-row assault. Of course, it's tough to stop the number 87. Actually, this is his first race weekend of the season, I should say. But them being the 2-time defending Spec 991.2 champion, it's it's gonna be tough to try and stop him. Champion all throughout POC over the years. One of the best to strap on a helmet and strap into a car and get that car moving. And yeah, that honestly looks like some sort of tire rub, especially on the right-handed corners, because you're not seeing it in the left-handed corners either. I believe that's going to be probably Thomas Stone in the 28 as they close in down the straightaway. Thomas Stone, then Andy Sloan a little bit further back. As Anna Bradescu, our only driver who is out of the race and into the pits. And Salve makes easy work of the lap down car. Now it's only a matter, and actually get out of the way, decide that discretion is the better part of valor. Let Selby and Benade through. Let's see if Benade is anything for Selby here. Again, at the line, is 0.7 of a second separating the two of them. However, it's still anybody's race. The cross line will be 4 laps to go between Monsalve, Selby, and Benade. 2 seconds separating the 87 and the 7 last time by. Across the line this time by, it takes a little bit for timing to kind of hook up and recycle one another, but still Benade looking a lot closer. Let's follow this battle here between Selby and Benade as they are neck and neck coming around turn number 1. You see Monsalve as he works his way through the S's, and now, yeah, man, Benade is just a lot closer than he has been the past couple of laps. And it's about a 2 to 3 car length gap separating those two. And of course, you see I'm in GT4. Always love to see the 718 Club Sports all throughout the field. And yeah, look at how much closer that they are this time by as they work their way through Phil Hill. Right now, it's Mike Monsalve's world. We're just living in it, to say the least, as he works his way through the bus stop. Knocking at the second place is Eben Benade. Still through the bus stop, and yet another lap car will be under assault by your overall leader. And that's definitely going to be Andy Sloan, one of your G3 competitors in the 621. He moves over, and now he's going to have to let second and third place go by. Of course, it all is a matter of where they catch him, and it's going to be sooner rather than later. Is Selby going to go around the inside at the actually, no, there they go. And let's see, it's probably going to be turn 1 when Selby catches up to the back of Sloan in the 621, but does Sloan move over to let him by? And indeed, he's going to let the second and third go by without too much of a fight, which something you like to see in racing. I like to see lap down cars really race anybody else. But still, this battle for second place really heating up. About the same distance you saw them earlier. 3 laps to go. Let's see, you got that battle for the lead, and really, that's about it. That's about some of the only few battles that we're seeing here in this red group, but still, it's a great battle between Selby and Benade. Selby with that wonderful pass going into Sunset. And now, Benade has something to say to our second place driver. Couple more opportunities left before anything can happen. And of course, 2 laps to go for Mike Monsalve once he comes across the line through the bus stop. 2 to 3 car lengths separates Selby from Benade. Of course, Selby trying to see if he can get that second place. He doesn't want to get a third to mix into just yet, but you know, Benade, a 5th and a 3rd. He wants to get that second place so he doesn't get 2 thirds in a row. Got that 3rd on that second race at Spring Mountain last month. And yeah, Benade looking really, really tight around Cotton Corner, now heading to the off-ramp. He's not close enough to try something yet, but the longer we get into this race, oh, he's closing in, though, through the first part of the off-ramp. Now the second part, that's where Dwayne Selby can open up. Another lap car will come into play. That is going to be that's going to be Mick Janaszek Jr. in his Porsche GT4 Club Sport 2 laps to go, and Yanishak, instead of letting him by, decides, I'm just going to pull off here into the grass. And indeed, hopefully he's able to let the second and third place by before he gets back on the track. There's your overall leader. Let's take a look and see. And indeed, he does let the second and third place drivers go by, but unfortunately that gives Selby a bigger opening and loses ground to Benatti, and Benatti loses ground to Selby by just a little bit. Class leaders still look like this. It's obviously Mike Monsalve in the 991.2. Roland Schmidt in GT2 sets 7th overall. Brett Gaviglio is 8th overall, but leading GT3. So those 3 class leaders still running with a decent gap. Schmidt's got a while back to Barnes, who sits in second place in GT3. And of course, Gaviglio's now opened up a 3.7 second lead to Paul Wren, who sits 9th overall, as Barnes going to fall 1 spot back overall over Jim Salzer. Salzer makes his way into the top 10 overall, but we're watching this battle for second place as the white flag will go out this time by for Mike Monsalve. He's led from the drop of the green flag, but Selby has tried his best to keep Benatti behind him in the number 16. And of course, Benatti a little further away this time than he's been all race long. Doesn't close in as much as he has the past couple of laps, but let's take a look and see at the line how things stack up as Monsalve makes his way around Sunrise for the penultimate time. It'll be 1 lap to go for the leaders. White flag is out. Mike Monsalve sets on his last lap. He's only 3 seconds slower than his best lap time, which he garnered in lap 2. Now, Benatti is closed in even closer to Selby. Let's see if he has anything left in the tank, anything left in the tires, but that will be the big question of the day. Can Benatti catch up to Selby, who has been so good here in the past couple of laps? We saw that Selby opened up a little bit bigger gap, but was not able to open that gap even further to Benatti. Through Phil Hill, there's your leader. Here comes Selby and Benatti, not too far away. 2.6 seconds separates Monsalve from Selby. So should Monsalve drop a wheel, which is very rare for him to do, it will be Selby and Benatti who will close in as Benatti closes in coming out of Phil Hill, but Selby opens up that gap just a little bit further coming through Riverside into the bus stop. They come for the final time at speed. 2 car lengths separate Selby from Benatti. It's now the right and the final left. You see the gap growing just a little bit between Selby and Benatti. 2 great braking opportunities are coming up. Lap traffic will not play a factor here for either second or third unless they decide to tangle, and look, that gap is no different than it was last time by, but Benatti throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, at trying to get up to second place so he doesn't repeat as a third place driver. They're coming through the off ramp. Benatti all over the rear wing of Selby, and he closes in as Selby takes a defensive line coming out of the off ramp, and they're working their way into Sunrise for the final time. But I'll tell you what, Selby's too good, too fast, but not as good as Monsalve. Checkered flag is out, and the last year's champion is this year's race winner. He's Mike Monsalve wins over Dwayne Selby and Eben Benatti at the line. It was so close as Benatti tried to go to the inside and was not able to capitalize on that. We're waiting on Greg Gorski to come by as there he is in the 124. He'll take the checker flag and he will finish 4th. Garrett Wessling will finish 5th in the 722. Waiting on our class leaders, which they should be coming by here in the not too distant future. Indeed, you see the GT2 leader followed by the GT3 leader. So Roland Schmidt and the number 31 will come across the line and possibly win this race. This is his first race of the season, also in GT2, and indeed he's going to come around the final corner with Brett Gaviglio in tow. Checker flag is out. Roland Schmidt, your winner in GT2, and Brett Gaviglio wins in GT3. So the rest of the cars coming down to take the checkered flag for their first and only race of the day. That was a pretty decent race. You know, a lot of strategy played part in the beginning part of the race, which, you know, set up Dwayne Selby to take that second place. Right there back in Sunset. As the field working their way around the final couple of corners. Still got a couple of drivers to take that checker flag. I think it's going to be Heldman and Keegan will have to take the checker flag. You saw Heldman just come across the line. There's Brad Keegan, Evan Gold in tow as well. And should be it, as Janaszek was the first car one lap down. So all 18 cars running on the circuit, they've all taken the checkered flag for the final time today. We'll get them into Impound. We'll toss it down to the grid and get some words with our drivers. But either way, a great run for these Red Cup drivers, and we'll see them back on the course again tomorrow at 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. It'll be a different stream than what we have here today on the Porsche Owners Club channel, and we'll get to see let's see how they race in the later on in the day, actually about an hour earlier on Sunday. Of course, also don't forget, set your clocks 1 hour ahead for daylight saving time if you are here in the United States and not in Arizona or any other area that has daylight saving time. All right, let's send it down to the grid as drivers are out of the cars, and we'll see what they have to say.
Sorry about that. How was it?
Brad? Yeah, my belt came off, and then my third gear, I got stuck in gear, so I'm in third gear the whole race. I did good for third gear, no belt. All right, you got your live stream quit as soon as you must have turned the car off and on again up here? No? Quit as soon as you pull it to the grid. I don't know what thing. The one for the Sentinel thing? Yeah. Yeah, same with the you were able to get it going. Well, Dylan got it going, and then all of a sudden, he called the guys out and put out.
better?
It's like to find the right track.
I go, you know what? You're catching up. I'm going to see if I can stay ahead of you.
I know he hit the mud, but where was the mud out there?
Oh, wow. Overfilled. And then it all splashed up on me.
You see, whatever it was big enough to knock his grill right through the motor.
It was a big explode.
Yeah. And then it just exploded.
Yeah. And that's when it all just explosion of mud. And it covered his car and damaged the
Yeah. Have the guys go find it. They're like $600 grills. Yeah, they're like $600.
Thanks, man.
Crazy. Good job.
I just fold it over and tuck it down one way. Yeah. Up on the podium, please.
Uh-oh. You have a good record on Podium. Someone stand behind Dwayne, please. Oh, they usually go off that way.
Hey, Evan, do you want me to?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's hold them up. Celebration. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. This on my shelf.
Thank you for setting this up. I wish you could keep them. They're still. It's just arrows. It's all right. It's all right.
I'm used to walking away.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
My
3.
boys.
There it is.
Go.
3, 2, 1. All right, hold them up high. Celebrate. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Right here.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Dwayne built all these cars.
Get our GT3 drivers up there yet?
by 2:40 p.m. Pacific time for the final race of the day. It'll be the 11-lap orange race feature. You saw how good the racing was earlier. Well, you'll definitely want to stay tuned to that. Once again, it will be 2:40 p.m. Pacific time for the Orange Cup race. Until then, enjoy the sights and sounds of Buttonwillow Raceway Park.
was a little kid, I was wishing to grow up and get in the driver's seat. It's kind of in our blood now, and that's why we're not going anywhere.
Porsche racing is addictive.
The atmosphere has always been great here. People run the track very well. It was a very safe group to drive with.
The energy is high, and everybody's out there to really rock and roll.
We're having a lot of fun this weekend. You know, we've got something like 130 people out bouncing between the classroom down into you jump right in your car and you're on track and you're doing all these exercises and passing. Buttonwillow is one of my favorite tracks. It's very technical, it's challenging, and yet it's got a little bit of everything.
I just think it offers so much. In fact, the entire facility offers so much. I love this track.
I don't think I can describe it. It's amazing.
The racing clinics here that we put on are top notch. They put so much into the program. It's a very natural progression, very linear, and gives you the confidence and helps build the skills as you're kind of climbing the ladder into cup racing.
We are well known in this country, and people respect the way that we do things out here. It's one of the only clubs where anybody, you don't have to drive a Porsche. You come out here and get started and have amazing instructors teach you the ins and outs, and within a matter of time, next thing you know, you're in the racers clinic and you're racing out there wheel to wheel.
I love POC events. I'm a big POC fan. People are so friendly.
It's a good energy here in the club, and that's what I like the most.
More than half of the fun is not even on the track, it's off the track. It's when the track gets cold and you crack open a cold beer and fire up the barbecue, hanging out with the buddies that you see every weekend. POC is a family. When everybody takes their helmet off at the Impound, you know, everybody has a smile on their face and everybody's having a good time.
You see the cars and stars of the Orange Cup making their way to the grid for the final race of the season. Welcome back. Jeremy Scott here with you to bring you all 11 laps. I broke my brain. I'm sorry. 11 laps or a 25-minute race here at the Buttonwillow Raceway Park. The classic layout as we are running the counterclockwise formation. We've seen some good racing out of the Orange class, and let's take a look at the grid here for the second race of the day. Third of three races all through the field. That's going to be an interesting front row. Rob Walker and Nigel Mainmet will make that be alongside each other on the front row. Nick Kilani and Ryan Moore make up row 2. Row 3, Jerry Chang and Dominic Ong. Row 4, on stock boxer Murray Wonderly. We saw him up near the podium position. Let's see if he can make his way up through 7th with Klaus Draymond sitting alongside. Branimir Kovac and Matthew Hatley make up row 5. Take a look at row 6. It's Alex Maslov and Alan Watts. Row 7 is Adam Abrams and Steven Peterson. Then row 8, you got Stefan Aseo and Douglas Voder, the first SCR car. John Krylo and Andrew Wayman make up row 9. Then you move off to row 10, Greg Scarcello and Karen Robinson. Row 11, Kunal Hinduja and Bob Chang will be alongside each other. Then Niyama Edelman and Enrique Mar. If you take a look at row 13, it's David Gold and Alicia Ray. Row 14, Ted Fretch and Matthew Welch, both of those GT7 competitors. Row 8, Randy Burgum and Vian Nguyen. And row 16, I should say, is Vivek Hazari and John Momeyer. Those two had a great battle at the end. Bear Salehi and Dustin Durant make up row 17. And row 18, James Scarcello and Mike Porteous. As the field about ready to get set for the final race of the day. The grid, I see the gridmaster asking Maidment First of all, ask him where Rob Walker is. If Rob Walker doesn't show up, he gets his choice of, and this is interesting, Rob Walker will not be taking the start. So Nigel Maidment will be up front alongside Nick Kilnani. Very interesting set of events here, as it was a dominating win by Rob Walker. However, Maidment, Kilnani, Moore, they all race each other nice and tight throughout. Of course, we'll have John Momeyer for the onboard. You saw Andrew Wayman go by, and then there's the 59 as well. Well, there's the boxers, and then there's basically everybody else. Of course, we saw Salehi be the basically the star of most of that first race, as he was trying to hold off Momeyer for position. Of course, that was for overall position. I think if Salehi would have given up that ghost about a lap or two earlier, we might have had a decent battle for the Spec 2.7 as well. So, we have a different race on our hands. A different race on our hands than we saw earlier on today, as Maidment and Kilnani will bring the field to the front row. We'll see them, as I hear from Dustin, it's the YMCA double yellow over there at the through Phil Hill, but either way, it's going to be interesting to see what Maidment can do to Kilnani. Those two were tooth and nail for most of the race. Of course, then Wonderly decided to come out and play. He's one step further, closer, I should say, to the podium. So it's going to be fun to watch this opening couple of laps and see who has what for everybody. And of course, now that once again, you have Vivek Hazari alongside John Momeyer. We saw Hazari get that wonderful start in the first race, was able to open up a big gap between he and Momeyer, but those past couple of laps, you know, that's when Momeyer was able to catch up, because Salehi was really holding back Momeyer there in the opening part of the race. We'll see if that works out. Your field starting to pair up. The Spec Boxsters going for their own wave, as you see them working their way out of Cotton Corner. And now they will pair up for the final time today. As you see Nigel Maidment at green number 705 and Nick Kilnani in the blue over black 227. Ryan Moore and Jerry Chain didn't make things easier for any of those drivers early on in race number one. We'll see if they do the same thing here as we work our way around off-ramp for the final time at slow pace. We're going 11 laps around here at Buttonwillow for race 2 of round number 2. Porsche Owners Club here at the Buttonwillow counterclockwise classic circuit. Like a bunch of buzzing hornet down the front straightaway, as Maidment will have the inside line going into sunset. Eyes on the starter as the pace starts to pick up. Green flag is out, and already once again we're 2-3 wide near the middle of the pack. But who gets the point early on? Will it be Maidment? Will it be Kilnani? As we work our way through turn number 1, it's going to be Kilnani for the time being. Maidment to the inside, and man, I didn't think he'd make it 3 wide, and he can't, as one car spun off there on the exit of turn 1. That's going to make things a little rough for the second part. And will they get going? We're not too sure yet, but yes, they will indeed get going. That looked like it was one of our earlier race contenders, Kovac. Green flag is out for wave number 2, and we're looking pretty good so far, as Salehi gets the early advantage over Volder and the rest of the field as they're able to make their way through turn number 1. Let's see where our leaders are coming out of Phil Hill. It's still going to be Kilnani ahead of Maidment, as there's 1 and 2. And Wonderly, did he get his way up to 3rd already? Let's take a look at this, and I think he did. I think Wonderly made his way up third from 6th spot. So all of that mess through there through the turn 1 area, Wonderly went from 6th to 3rd possibly. We'll confirm that once we go through start of the thing, but not a good start. Not a good start for Kovac in the 318 as he has spun there early on. Everybody kind of feeling out their car for race number 2 around. A little bit of dust being picked up as they head into Grapevine, but Kilnani really close in. Indeed, that was Wonderly who has made his way up to 3rd. So a great start out of the 640 earlier podium finisher in race 1 today, trying to hold off the 917 of Ryan Moore, who as a result has fallen back to 4th place. You also have Dominic Ong up 1 spot as well. So actually, he stayed about the same place, but still everything kind of line of stern early on, a little battle near the back of the pack, but that's going to even itself out as we work our way through Sunrise for the first time at speed. Well done, Wonderly. 3rd place indeed. It's Maidment back to the lead. So actually, Kilnani. There we go. Kilnani, Maidment, and Wonderly 1, 2, 3. And then you get Ryan Moore and Dominic Ong rounding out your top 5. As timing confirming what we knew, as that was Kovac who fallen back, but he is slowly making his way up ahead. He's gotten around Hinduja, now has Dustin Durant on his radar there. So Durant's sitting back there in the field. He had that problem early on in race 1 where he was basically sitting right there in turn 5. We'll see if he can continue. We'll see if he can continue that battle and continue the race on. And there's a great battle for position there in GT7. I believe that's going to be between Burgum and Welch, where Ted Fretch is your leader through there. And a little bit of dust getting kicked up through the S's. As now we're on board with your GT Spec 2.7 as Momeyer and Hazari still in a battle, but Momeyer trying to hit Scarcello ahead of him this time. So Scarcello separating the Spec 2.7 battle. Tell you what, it seems like that Momeyer, once he gets up to pace, that's when he really gets going. But then again, you see Scarcello running a 24.4 last time by compared to 23.3. 24.4. So either way, Momeyer run a little bit slower than Scarcello, letting him by. Is still this battle for GT7 heats up now. Ted Fretch not immune to Burgum or Welch here, as it's 1, 2, 3 for the GT7 class. You hear those 4-cylinder 944s making their way around. Actually, Fretch has fallen back to 3rd. I think it's Burgum in the lead, with Welch sitting there in 2nd place. We'll get a confirmation here visually once we get through the cotton. And now the battle for the overall lead. And now we got stationary yellow heading into turn number 1. Something must have happened here. See if we can get a view over in turn 3. I know that they've been having some tactical issues. Isn't that fun when you go racing? Yeah, nothing through there. So not sure what's going on over in the first sector, where we're getting a standing yellow entering into turn 1, which kind of prohibits any kind of racing heading into turn 1, and I'm not seeing anything either through Star Mazda. But this yellow is great news for your leader, because he's able to open up a bigger gap over Maidment. Ryan Moore running the fastest lap of the race so far in Spec Boxster, but he's also hounding Wonderly for that bottom step of the podium as everybody single file. I think once Wonderly gets out of the way, that's what mayhem's going to break out. So Wonderly doing the best he can to stay in that 3rd spot, as watching through Riverside, and we're still got standing yellow in turn 1. So we'll see if we go full course yellow or if we continue on a stationary yellow. Remember when Dustin Durant ended up off course in the race number 1, it was basically standing yellow the whole time as we're on board with our second place in spec 2.7, as now once again Azari is with the same issues that Momeyer dealt with in race number 1, and that that is a very strangely speeded Salehi, as once again through the corner Salehi is not able to be passed, because once it gets in the exit corners, that's where Salehi really opens up the speed in that Porsche. We're gonna keep it here with Momeyer as long as we can going out of the bus stop. Of course, Momeyer trying to size up Scarcello to see if he can get around her in that number 5 Miata. Actually, 866 is the number of that. That's the GT5 you see back there. So we are no longer stationary yellow, heading into turn 1, working our way through Cotton Corner. Is the rest of the field, and Scarcello going to try for a pass on the outside of Vivek Azari, your spec 2.7 leader, and no, not going to make it happen to go through the off-ramp. So once again, Salehi is just that cork in the bottle where, he's just inconsistent, but that's not a fault of his driving. It's just a fault of the way that car is. As you see him through the corners, and now he's going to get back on the throttle there. You start to see him open up just a little bit as we are now waving yellow through turn number 1. What is going on here? As we got a car deep into the runoff there. Not sure who that is, but oh, that's pretty far deep. And yeah, there we go. There's our reason. So once again, Dustin Durant. Oh, there's another spin right there coming off at 1. Not sure who that is, but Dustin Durant once again with more problems, doesn't make it past lap 2, and his race is over. This time he's in a much safer location, but we'll see who that white car was that took the spin and was facing the wrong way coming off of turn number 1. As we've already run 3 laps here, and I think that was our car in question. So it was either the 1 or the 50. I think that was Andrew Wayman who had that spin. So Vivek Azari still your leader in spec 2.7, but for how long, as Jane Scarcello trying to do all she can to get around Azari for that overall position. And once she does, I have a feeling that the race will be on for 2.7 as they work their way coming out of Riverside now into the bus stop. Still a lot of great battles going on. We'll catch up with our Spec Boxster battle here shortly, as they're just trading fastest lap after fastest lap, but this is a decent race here. Actually, yeah, let's go back to find out the Spec Boxster battle. It should be around the S's in turn 3, and actually there they are right there. They've got Wonderly all over the back of Maidment as Kilnani has opened up about a 0.3 of a second gap, and there's a side-by-side battle as well. I think it's between Scarcello and Aseo as they work their way through the S's at speed once again. That's where they're able to open up and kind of get away from one another. It's a big gap between Moore and Ong. 2.3 seconds separates the 917 from the 494, and it's basically one whole corner around a Star Mazda turn. So, working our way around the Phil Hill exit. So far, so good for Hilnani. We knew that he had the pace, but really wasn't able to show how good his pace was because he had to deal with Maidment. Well, Maidment's fallen back just a little bit, and he and Wonderly were racing each other for quite some time. Now, Wonderly's fallen back into the clutches of Moore once again. That has given Maidment a chance to really make something happen. Of course, Maidment was second in Spec Boxer points last season, so he knows his way around. And Kilnani also with the first, second, and second last time out at Spring Mountain. So looking to go for win number 2 on the season, but he's going to have to deal with Maidment here as well. Coming out of Cotton Corner, headed towards off-ramp. No single file. You hear the car just blip, blip, blip going through. And Moore was still the fastest lap of the race, got it last time by, but Moore's been quietly working his way up through the field. got a 6th, 7th, and a 6th. So he's been doing quite well here. This track has done wonders for his finishing position as they all work their way out of sunrise and through sunset. Kilnani with the open track, gotten the fastest lap now once again, 13:09.4 as Maidment closing into the clutches of Wonderly once again. And of course, Dominic Hong trying to hold off Matthew Hatley in the 4:01, about was 1.2 seconds at the line. However, Hatley with a great late brake job heading into turn number 1. You see how much closer that he is across through the S's. And tip of the cap also to Alex Maslow sitting there in 7th place. We'll take a quick look at, let's see where Durant is. Actually, no, we mentioned Durant out, but here's the battle for the 2nd place as that really heats up so far. Branimir Kovac actually pulled off the circuit. He's in the pits, so Kovac, after his issues in turn 1, decided to just call it a day. But as we're working our way around once again through Grapevine, around Cotton Corner, as this GT7 race really heating up right now. Welch commanding lead so far, but Bergram trying to hold off Ted Fretch, your pole sitter. Oh, that could have been close right there as as you saw the battle for position in I think Chang almost got into the back of Hatley there for the Spec Boxer. A little bit of a slide also by Dominic Ong as he's doing all he can to keep these angry Hornets behind him. Kilnani, though, opening up probably his biggest gap of the race thus far. Let's see what it is. 1.029 seconds last time out ahead of Nigel Maidment. And slowly but surely, he's opening up the gap to Maidment and letting him deal with Wonderly and more. All by themselves. Look at the Hatley going to the inside. That's not Maslow going to the inside of Hatley. Hatley able to hold off the number 209. So lots of passes trying to be made in turn 1. It is tough to keep a hold on the outside, but still looking pretty good as we take a look at the battle for Spec 2.7. Trying to see here. As Mo Myers lost a lot of ground to Hazari. Salehi and Scarcello ahead of Hazari, but it's still close in time, but we're also watching to see who put the wheel wrong for the 2nd place battle. Wonderly, close as he's been all race long, coming up Phil Hill. I'll tell you who's loving this. It's Kilnani is to the outside is Ryan Moore on Wonderly. Does he make the pass going into the bus stop? No, he says discretion is the better part of valor, and we're going to back off just a little bit. Still plenty of racing left out. We're all well past halfway. It'll be 4 laps to go once we come across the line. This battle for 2nd place in GT7 still looking pretty good as well, and that's going to have to deal with the leaders here momentarily. You see Randy Bergram not worrying about Matthew Welch too far. Ted Fretch, though, not too far away from that. Here comes your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place drivers. They're all in a German train headed into the off-ramp once again as we see Moore try and look to the inside of Wonderly. Now looks outside. Not going to make anything happen too far away for either of those two drivers to try and have an opportunity to do something. We see Hatley trying to keep on behind him, and a little bit of dust kicked up there. One of the cars about ready to go 1 lap down to our leader, Nick Kilnani. We're actually hearing it's actually smoke now. As you see, looks like the left rear, and that's in the BMW. That's actually coming from the engine, so you have to keep an eye on that one. That's our lone BMW in the field of Vienna Gwyn. So we'll see what Gwyn does if they continue on or if they are done. Of course, they are run 3 laps. It tells me that they had a problem early on, and yeah, that thick black smoke coming out of the exhaust, that is never a good sign. But what is a good sign for Maidment is he's able to open up a little bit bigger gap and some breathing room between he and Wonderly for the time being. But Wonderly and Moore, once they hook up, it's going to be tough to get past them, as well, I guess Mother Nature just doesn't want us to see what's going on at turn 5, which is kind of rude, but it is what it is. You never argue with Mother Nature. Going through Phil Hill once again, and does Maidment have some problems? Starting to see a little bit of blue smoke come out of the back. So it could be, we'll keep an eye on Maidment, but I'm more worried about Wynn's issues than I am Maidment's right now, because Maidment's don't look as serious as Wynn's do so far through Riverside, especially. Yeah, that the smoke is getting thicker and thicker, so race officials will have to do something to get that car off track before the engine decides to leave the chat and basically puke all over the place. Either way, it's still a tight battle for third place, and it could be a tighter battle for second place here shortly if Maidment cannot get around Wynn, which is quite possible, as now you see Kilnani splitting the difference between second and third place in Class in 3 of the second place driver battles. They've gotten around Wynn, as Wynn tries to muscle home. And once Kilnani comes around off ramp and through Sunrise, it's going to be 3 laps to go. Oh, a little bit of a smoke there from one of the GT7s, and some debris picked up, as it looks like Fretch was the one who had the issues, and not sure if he lost something or if something happened. And now we're hearing that Wynn is indeed pitting, and we're seeing somebody's just losing more and more body parts. Not sure. Yeah, so either somebody picked it up, or one of the 944s is losing more and more body parts, as the second place battle for Spec Boxster is moving through. By the way, something that I found out today is with the Spec Boxster class, here in POC, you can run any wheel you want. Whereas in PCA, you have to run the stock wheel. So something to think about if you're out west and you want to run. And also one set of tires for the weekend, which is absolutely, it can be done, ladies and gentlemen. Trust me, it can be done. It's difficult, but don't lock up your brakes in the braking zones. You see the gap here. It is a decent sized gap, as now you see Maidment just opening, just making it just bigger and bigger. However, Wonderly seems to get them right there on the corners. Watch right around here. That's where you're going to see. And right there, that's where Wonderly is able to open up the gap. It seems Maidment is just so good through the corners, as now the rest of the Spec Boxer field making their way through lap traffic. And this battle for second place has been absolutely fantastic. Also watching timing battle for 11th in the Spec Boxer between John Krylo and Stefan Aseo. They're less than a second apart. I think that's the one that's going through the bus stop right now, but we're still keeping our close eye on this battle for second place. And a good one, ladies and gentlemen. Around Cotton Corner, headed down towards off-ramp once again. And Kilnani's opened up a 4.1 second gap last time, but I think a lot of that has to do to lap traffic as they close in on the leading GT7 of Matthew Welch. The 550 holds an 11-second lead over Bergram and Fretch is even further back, but now we'll get to see how big that gap is between Kilnani and Maidment. But Maidment trying to hold off Wonderly. He looks to the inside, goes to the outside, over to turn 1. Who has the second place right now? Is it Maidment? And yeah, it is for the time being, as Wonderly loses that position, gets a little wiggly coming off of turn number 1. That gives Moore a chance to close in 0.2 of a second, separated the two drivers. Now they're going through the S's, and it's going to be single file as Kilnani just puts a world of hurt on the rest of the field. Oh, that's a big loss that Wonderly had over Maidment. And it just shows how much speed was scrubbed off, because these cars are so aero dependent. So it makes life absolutely difficult if you put a wheel wrong or do something strange to lose that momentum. White flag next time by for Kilnani in the 227. But now Wonderly has found his ground. It seems like that Phil Hill is the area that Wonderly really likes to pick up speed and get through the section as now it closes in on Riverside. Yeah, I've got to say Sector 2 is probably Wonderly's fantastic catch-up area. Seems like Sector 1 might be the Achilles heel, though, out of the 614. As once again, it's another story in Spec Boxer today where the leader just runs out and checks away from the field. And Kilnani opening up a 3.8 second gap. So that gap has stayed between 3.8 and 4.1 the past couple of laps. No surprise here, but either way, the field will see the white flag this time by. And look who's made his way into fifth place. It's going to be Hatley sitting there in position, but looks like Wonderly and Moore have finally caught up to the Maymet for second place, as we'll see them come around Sunrise once again for the penultimate time. White flag is out for Kilnani. Does he hold on to the lead that big? I guess the question is, can Maymet hold off Wonderly and Moore? They both like to attack in turn one. Do they attack this time? No. They decide to tuck in single file. If they're going to attack, it's going to be around Phil Hill. Don't ask me why. I think that's where Wonderly has his number around the area. Down the S's. Let's see if there's a big gap, and there's not as big of a gap as we saw last time by out of Maymet. So Maymet has to do all he can to play defense around these final couple of big corners. If they can't get it around Phil Hill, I have a feeling that off-ramp might be the next big opportunity to get into second place for Wonderly. But either way, 6th to 3rd in that first lap. Absolutely stellar in a spec series. They've opened up a decent sized gap to Matthew Hatley, who sits there in 5th place. Wonderly has closed in once again on Maidment. See how they work their way through Riverside, and he's still nice and tight. I think now we can say Ryan Moore's in the interested spectator zone. Probably won't make anything happen. And Wonderly looks to the inside, gets in those right side mirrors of Maidment, and still sits back comfortably. As you see Ong and Masloff sitting there for 6th place. See her later pop into view for the final time at speed around Grapevine and into Cotton Corner. And here comes Wonderly. Wonderly close enough, but didn't make it happen. Heading in out of Grapevine. Let's see what happens through off-ramp, as now Hatley has Ong, Masloff, Chang all on his backside. There's your leader. Is there going to be caution thrown to the wind? No, there's not, because Wonderly loses a little bit of a gap to Maidment, and Moore's entered back into the conversation. Looks like we have a little bit of battle there. Oh, I thought Chang was going to throw it in there and pass Masloff, but nonetheless, Kilnani green to checker. He is your winner in race number 2, as Wonderly going to try and poke to the inside. Not going to be close enough. Nigel Maidment, your second place finisher in Spec Boxer. Murray Wonderly finishes off in 3rd. Is it going to be a close finish for 5th place? I don't think so. Hatley gets it over Dominic Ong, Alex Masloff, and Jerry Chang. So that's your Boxster top 8. We'll wait for the CR GT5 and Spec 2.7 battle to heat up. Let's actually go to John Momeyer if we can, because he's about a half second last time by behind Vivek Hazari. And indeed, once again, it's another great battle to the finish with Momeyer and Hazari. They've got to get around Hinduja. Let's see if it happens here as they work their way up through Grapevine and down through Cotton Corner for the final time. We know that it takes later on in the race for Bomeyer to have something happen. Let's see if he tries to take a look to the inside going into off-ramp, but Hazari able to play defense and get back on the brakes. Oh, a little wiggle there out of Hazari. He's going to go wide. Bomeyer's going to go low. They're going to go side by side through the off-ramp. Does he get the position? Indeed, he does for the time being. Let's see how long it takes him as Hazari dives to the inside and takes that position back, and still a little wiggle. Does this come down to the line? I'm not sure that Bomeyer has the momentum, and no, Vivek Hazari is going to sweep both races here on Saturday in Spec 2.7. Also, James Scarcello wins in GT5. You've got Douglas Volder, your winner in SCR as well. And GT7, I think they have crossed the line. If they haven't, they're behind there. Matthew Welch with 18-second lead over Randy Bergram and Ted Fretch. So provisionally, that is your podium. Still have that debris on the front straightaway. So either way, Salehi comes across the line. So yeah, we're still waiting on our GT7 leaders in the 944s. We'll keep an eye on those, see where they're at. But yeah, it's just been one of those wild days. Also looks like there's some sort of debris out here around the on the exit of Sunrise. And it sounds like everybody has taken the everybody's taking the checkered flag. So we'll send it to the paddock here in just a little bit, but Nick Kilnani, your winner in Spec Boxer. What a day for Murray Wonderly, climbing up through the field, finishing on the podium at both days. So how about a step aside and we'll hear the sights and the sounds of the Impound.
Nick, a few words? What was it like leading the race?
Oh, it was fun. Yeah, when I got lined up next to Nigel, I knew it was going to be a good battle into one. And, you know, I just carried a little more speed, rolled it through turn one. And then after that, I was able to control the lead. Yeah, I built up a pretty big gap and then just trying to save the tires for tomorrow. So, yeah, it was great. Glad to win Spring Mountain and now get Buttonwillow.
Nice. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Post-race words?
He got me at the start. There's no catching him.
Okay.
Then it was hanging on to second from there on. Okay. The old man's getting tired.
All right. But he finished, right?
Yeah, second.
Well done, Nigel. Any post-race words?
Yeah,
awesome
he's
race.
tough competition.
And a tough guy to pass.
We had to work for it.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome.
Good race.
Do it again tomorrow.
Hard, clean racing. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. That one was fun. Catch everything
happening. Any post-race words?
That was hard. That was hard. This track's a lot of work, but a lot of fun, man. You're neck and neck.
Yeah. So what's it like watching your husband race and carry, I mean, not only, you know, a pack behind them, but then chase the lead?
It's exciting to watch. It's always a thrill, and he's right in the battle every single time. So you just hope that he gets around the other cars, but it's always really fun to watch.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get Alan right here.
I got a bikini.
See, you get stuff like that. Any post-race words?
Oh man, just had a lot of fun out there. Just time trialing by myself, no one in front, no one behind.
There you go.
It's probably good. Less stress, but
And you finished clean?
Finished clean. That's great. That's the only way to keep it on track, dude.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to see the thongs? Yes, sir. What do you guys?
I was hitting marks and it was just flowing. And Stefan, so of course he was busy dealing with these guys. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, I know you guys are bad.
Any post-race words?
Woo! That was a blast.
Nice.
Thank you.
I wasn't even trying to overtake you. I was just trying to slow down.
No, I know. He came up to all kinds of stuff. He said he was off track and trying to get back. So something like that. And then I started trying to get his off track. Let Ryder know for sure. And they were each shirt there. Just complimenting and letting know. Yeah, no, it's all good.
How's that new motor feel?
Down on power. That is why Vivek's ahead of me right now.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's what I'm going to blame it on.
Okay.
Time for photos.
Yeah. All right. Podium, portrait! Parker, where's my pressure gauge? Got it?
I gave it back that just
catch this right
when you asked for it the first time. Yeah.
Wait, take the fuel off. Take the fuel off.
Step off to the side.
Hey Nick, you gotta zip up and like look all cool and pro and stuff. Not Murray, you do what you gotta do, man. You got your own vibe going on.
I'm good. I'm good. Yes, sir. It's stable enough. 3, 2, 1. All right, hold them up high. 3, 2, 1. Thank you guys. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'll take that from you, sir. Yeah, I wish you could keep it.
Sorry, I missed it.
And with that brings to end our first race day of the weekend. So as you saw here, it's quite comfortable. Wish we'd had that weather earlier, but 66 degree, 20, pretty dry out there. But either way, tomorrow we begin our racing at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time. Broadcast starts at 9:20. We'll have qualifying for both the Orange and the Red Cup, and then we'll take a break and go right into Orange race at 11:20 a.m. And then 1 o'clock p.m. will be the final race of the day. It will be the Red Cup. So on behalf of everybody at the track, my producer Dustin Alice, alongside my name is Jeremy Scott. We'll see you tomorrow night and tomorrow morning, I should say. And don't forget to keep it between the ditches, keep pouring forward, and always keep it greasy side down. We'll see you tomorrow from Buttonwillow on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel.